Chapter 2868. Eldest senior brother, who is he? He seems to be just a profound immortal. How dare he find trouble with the grand immortals? The ninth junior brother, who had just been rescued, said in surprise, "If he wants to die, can we stop him? I never expected to receive news of the ancient sky dragon here. I've already sent a message back. Family head might be personally leading people here. Let's head over and wait." Ji Yunlai's lips curled upwards. Jiang Charin and the others were slightly startled when they heard that. Then they looked at each other with a strange expression. This was how things were in the immortal world. As long as a treasure that could increase one's cultivation was discovered, they would definitely try to snatch it. It didn't matter if they were having a good conversation before, it was also very normal to stab them in the blink of an eye. Often, in a valley with beautiful scenery, the blue mystic enlightened being and the other primordial immortals sat in their respective seats, talking about what they had seen and heard over the years, and occasionally talking about the bottlenecks they had encountered in their cultivation. Little Six sat cross-legged next to the azure mystic spiritual master with his eyes closed. It looked like he was dozing off, but in fact he was trying to contact Ningqi. He found that a formation had been set up in the valley that could cut off the connection between the inside and the outside world. Even the contract between him and Ningqi was broken. There was no way to break this formation. Countless greedy and fiery gazes swept over Little Six from time to time. All of them knew that as long as they refined the ancient sky dragon, they would be able to obtain the wisp of cleansing qi that seemed to be born from the heaven and earth. Be it the refinement of Dharma treasures, artifacts, or elixirs, it would have a miraculous effect. If they were lucky, they could directly consume it to break through a bottleneck that they had been stuck at for years. One after another, primordial immortals rushed to the valley. Soon, the number of primordial immortals in the valley increased to more than 20. Azure, mystic spiritual master, most of our people are here. I'm afraid the fellow Taoists who haven't arrived are delayed by other matters. Why don't you name your price? The female Grand Unity, who wanted to grind Little Six bones to dust, said indifferently, "Fairy Rain Butterfly, don't be anxious. Let's wait a little longer." The azure mystic spiritual master smiled. Many of the anxious primordial unity immortals rolled their eyes inwardly, cursing the azure mystic spiritual master for being so greedy at the sight of money. Why did he have to wait with just a few people? Not long after, another figure tore through the sky and arrived. However, after this figure arrived, the atmosphere in the valley became a little strange. It was a bald, muscular man. Venerable Jiao? The blue mystic spiritual master was surprised. He didn't expect Jiao Jinren to come here. Wasn't he supposed to be in seclusion on Cerulean Planet? Yo, it's so lively here. You won't blame me for coming here uninvited, right? Taoist Jiao touched his bald head and smiled at the crowd. Our Southern Garden Planet's Taiyi Exchange meet has been held for many years, and no outsiders have come. Do you think we would mind? Fairy Rain Butterfly didn't seem to give Taoist Jiao any face. Forget it. He's a guest from afar. Did Venerable Jiao come here to participate in the Taiyi Exchange meeting? The azure mystic spiritual master smiled. He was somewhat curious. There were many such small gatherings in the celestial world. He was curious as to why Taoist Jiao had come. It was impossible for him to have come for the ancient sky dragon. Even if Taoist Jiao had immediately received the news and set off immediately, it was impossible for him to have arrived so quickly. I just happened to pass by this place. Venerable Jiao smiled. Then he looked at Little Six and was slightly stunned. His expression turned grave. Is this the ancient celestial dragon tribe that was once exterminated? That's right. Since Taoist Jiao is here, it means that we are fated. Are you interested in him? Just wait for the other Taoists to arrive. Then you can start bidding. Taoist Jiao smiled. I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. Taoist Jiao laughed. Greed flashed in his eyes as he kept looking at Little Six. It didn't take long for the other primordial unity immortals to arrive as well. The azure mystic spiritual master laughed and said, "All right, everyone is here. You may start bidding." Taoist Jiao didn't start bidding. The primordial unity cultivators present weren't fools. They all knew the value of the ancient sky dragon, so they started bidding crazily. Soon the price reached a high. If he sold it at that price, not only would he be able to make up for the losses he had suffered in Blue Water Planet, but he would also be able to make a small profit. The smile on his face was extremely bright. Damn it. Taoist Jiao cursed in his heart. Taoist Jiao cursed inwardly. Although he was rich, he had suffered a great loss the last time. He was gradually finding it difficult to bid. From the looks of the situation, it was unlikely that he would be able to successfully bid for the ancient sky dragon. His eyes could not help but turn as he thought of something else and stopped bidding. 5 blazing sun true essence stone mines, 1 mysterious water pill, 5 types of 7th grade pills, 20 bottles, 13 affiliated sects, and a superior grade Tao artifact. Fairy you die, said lightly. The other primordial unity cultivators shut their mouths after she named the price. Fairy you die, you only have 18 affiliated sections. You're actually willing to offer 13? There's also a mysterious water pill and a blazing sun true essence stone mine. This ancient sky dragon isn't worth that much, right? A primordial unity couldn't help but say. The other primordial unity cultivators seemed to think so too. Udai sneered and looked at Little Six with killing intent. I'm going to take him back and torture him. Do you have any objections? Women really can't be offended. Everyone looked at each other speechlessly. Is there a higher price? If not, I'll sell this ancient sky dragon to Fairy Udai. Taoist Jiao, do you still want to bid? The azure mystic spiritual master smiled brightly. Forget it. It's not worth it. Taoist Jiao shook his head. All right then. Fairy Udai, he's yours. Do you want us to complete the transaction now? The azure mystic spiritual master looked at Fairy Udai and smiled. Such a transaction couldn't be completed in a short period of time. The 5 blazing sun true essence stone mines and the 13 affiliated sects had to be taken over one by one. All right. Fairy Udai stood up and nodded. She then looked at Little Six and sneered. Little Six looked at Fairy Udai innocently and probed. Would you believe me if I said I was just joking? Believe it or not, you're dead. Fairy Udai sneered. Damn it, you women just love to hold grudges. Little Six immediately cursed. You old witch. Kill me on the spot if you dare. Otherwise, I'll definitely get Boss to beat you up. Boss? Everyone wait a moment. This person still has a boss. It's very likely that the ancient Sky Dragon clan hasn't been completely wiped out. There should still be others alive apart from him. Speak, who's your boss? I'd like to see if he can beat me up into a pig's head. Fairy Udai was already very anxious toward the end. Chapter 2869. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes fell on Ningqi. The Grand Unity in the valley had strange expressions. The middle-aged man with a waxen face was only a perfected Xian immortal. Yet he dared to barge into this place? Boss? Little Six looked at Ningqi, dumbfounded. Since the formation had been broken, he discovered that his spiritual contract with Ningqi had been re-established. He confirmed that the person in front of him was his boss. Little Six was shocked. He was shocked that Ningqi was already a perfected Xian immortal. He was even more shocked that Ningqi dared to barge into this place. Wasn't he just courting death? Boss, everyone here is a Grand Unity. You should leave quickly. Avenge me in the future. Little Six immediately transmitted his voice. He's not an ancient sky dragon. The Grand Unity looked at each other and shook their heads. Kid, do you know what kind of place this is? You walked in here with such arrogant words. Don't even think of running away. Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? or did you lose your mind? Venerable Jiao looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. So you're here too. What a coincidence. Ning Qi smiled at Venerable Jiao. Oh, you recognize me? Venerable Jiao's expression changed slightly. He looked at Ning Qi strangely for a while before confirming that he had never seen this face before. He's in disguise. Fairy Rain Butterfly snorted coldly. Disguise? Everyone looked at each other and looked at Ning Qi with interest. Kid, why don't you show us your true appearance? Are you afraid of scaring us because you're too ugly? Don't worry. As Grand Unity, we have trained our hearts for countless ages. Even if you look like cow dung, we won't be scared of you. Venerable Jiao said with a faint smile. The other Grand Unity burst into laughter when they heard that. Oh, you really want to see my true appearance? Those who see it won't be able to leave. Ning Qi smiled. Junior, why don't you show us your true appearance? It's not up to you to decide whether you can leave or not. Everyone, do you think I'm right? Yes, yes. Everyone laughed heartily. Ning Qi rubbed his face and returned to his original appearance. The other Tai did not recognize Ning Qi, but when Venerable Jiao and the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master saw Ning Qi's true appearance, the former was shocked, while the latter was shocked. It's you! Venerable Jiao's voice trembled as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone felt that this was strange and looked at Taoist Jiao, only to discover a trace of fear on his face. What was going on? Venerable Jiao had seen Ning Qi talking happily with White Emperor Celestial Lord, Moxia Celestial Lord, and the leader of the Yixian sect. Venerable Jiao knew that Ning Qi had an extraordinary background, so how could he not be afraid when he saw Ning Qi? I thought you wouldn't be scared by me. Ning Qi looked at Taoist Jiao indifferently. Venerable Jiao forced a smile and cupped his hands as he said, This! I was a bit rude earlier. I hope you don't mind, Venerable Jiao. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Why would Venerable Jiao be so polite to a perfected Xian immortal? Venerable Jiao, even though this kid had a fortuitous encounter and became a Xian immortal in such a short time from a golden immortal, which shocked me. So what if he's a perfected Xian immortal? Why are you afraid of him? The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master frowned and said with a trace of disdain and confusion. Venerable Jiao did not say anything. He was not stupid enough to explain Ning Qi's identity. Trying to act mysterious. Suppress. A Tai frowned and did not want to waste any more time. He was about to kill Ning Qi. The first sword of the emotionless sword, Art killed a zenith heaven. The second sword killed a Xian immortal. The third sword killed a Tai. Whoosh! The Tai's great path power could not stop Ning Qi's sword at all. His body, which was much stronger than a normal person's, became as weak as tofu under the sword. Blood flowed out of the wound between his eyebrows. His body, which was full of vitality, was now filled with an endless aura of death. The early stage Tai that Ning Qi did not even bother to look at was already dead. 10,000 merit points were easily obtained. This is... Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They thought they were in an illusion. How could there be a Xian immortal in this world who could kill a Tai so easily? It didn't make sense. This sword technique. What's your relationship with that almighty from the ancestral planet? A Tai exclaimed in shock. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master was also shocked. The profound Azure Mansion had a good relationship with the Jiang family. He and the Jiang family's leader, Jiang Feng, were good friends. Jiang Feng had participated in a few exchanges, so the Tai present were very familiar with him. They had heard about how Jiang Feng died countless times. In their eyes, Ning Qi's sword was exactly the same as the scene when the green-robed old man killed Jiang Feng with a single strike. They both used one sword. It was an ordinary sword strike. It was a plain and simple sword strike. What kind of sword technique is this? Little Six was dumbfounded. He confirmed that the middle-aged man with a sallow face was indeed Ning Qi. This kid is indeed not an ordinary person. No wonder he's brothers with the three immortal dukes. Taoist Jiao gasped. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master, on the other hand, was shocked. He never thought that the kid they had casually suppressed back then would be able to kill a Tai in such a short period of time. What kind of world was this? Let's go together and suppress this monster, but keep him alive so we can interrogate him about the origin of his sword technique. Fairy Rain Butterfly reacted extremely quickly and shouted softly. When the other Grand Unity Immortals heard that, they attacked almost without hesitation because Fairy Yu Dai's thoughts coincided with theirs. From their point of view, while Ning Qi's technique was terrifying, it was likely to have some kind of limitation. As long as they worked together, they could still easily suppress him. How could an Xian immortal kill a Tai so easily? It was impossible. Puff, puff, puff. One figure after another fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen famous Tai in the world of immortals had died in this small valley. I told you, you're really going to die after seeing my true face. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Fairy Yu Dai took a few steps back in fear. She looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in her eyes. She was one step too slow, or she would have died to Ning Qi's sword. Right, Taoist Game and Qi Shuezhen are dead too. Azure, Mystic Spiritual Master, you won't be lonely on the road to hell. Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'll kill him if you dare to attack. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master cast aside all his thoughts and no longer cared about how Ning Qi had become so powerful. He used Little Six as a threat. But the next moment he saw the mockery in Ning Qi's eyes and knew that this was bad. Chapter 2870. Is this my heart? That was the last thought that flashed through the Azure Mystic Taoist mind. His body was torn in half, and his heart was crushed. Ning, he didn't have any blood on him after killing the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master. He appeared next to Ning Qi with Little Six. This Spiritual Master Jiao looked at Ning Yi as if he had seen a ghost. Isn't this the puppet I got from the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? It was destroyed by Shenyuan Zhongtian and then stolen by Ning Qi. How could a puppet with the strength of a perfected Xian immortal kill the green mystic spiritual master, who was at the early stage of Tai perfected immortal in such a short time? Did he find a way to repair this puppet? Spiritual Master Jiao looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Even the enormous Taichu Chamber of Commerce was unable to repair this puppet. If his guess was correct, then it further proved that Ning Qi's identity was extraordinary, and his origins were extremely mysterious. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master is dead. He killed the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master so easily. I'm afraid his cultivation is much stronger than ours. The remaining dozen or so primordial immortals had a look of terror in their eyes. Sir, we have no grudge against you. You killed the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master, so please stop. A Grand Unity said with a serious expression. You were the one who mocked us the loudest. Ning Qi smiled. The Grand Unity was startled, and his face darkened. It was obvious that Ning Qi wasn't going to let them go. Today was the end of the Grand Unity, cultivators of the Nanyuan planet. After Spiritual Master Jiao and the last Grand Unity Goddess Rain Butterfly died under Ning Qi's sword, Spiritual Master Jiao knelt on the ground. Sir, please don't kill me. I am willing to be your mount. Spiritual Master Jiao kowtowed and begged. Ning Qi's method of killing was too terrifying. He could easily kill a Grand Unity with a single sword strike, so Taoist Jiao didn't even dare to think about escaping. Boss, this dragon's bloodline is a bit strange. Maybe you can take him as your mount. Little Six said to Ning Qi. Strange? Ning Qi looked at Spiritual Master Jiao indifferently. Time ticked by. Beads of sweat continuously flowed down Taoist Jiao's forehead. He felt that his life was in Ning Qi's hands, and that his life was in Ning Qi's hands. That feeling was too terrifying. During this time, Ning Qi only carefully checked Sage Jiao's attributes, but he didn't find anything special. The strange bloodline that Little Six had mentioned was probably just an illusion. After all, Sage Jiao's cultivation was much higher than Little Six. However, it's time to get a mount. A grand unity mount wouldn't be too embarrassing. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Venerable Flood Dragon's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. He flipped his body and transformed into a 10-meter-long flood dragon. His head was as big as a house, and his entire body was covered in greenish-black scales. Master, do you want a bigger one? My real body is 10,000 miles long. Perfected Flood Dragon said in a muffled voice. There's no need. Hand over the blood essence. Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Venerable Flood Dragon did not hesitate. He opened his mouth, and a red gem-like object flew out and landed in Ning Qi's hand. That was Venerable Flood Dragon's blood essence. It could be turned into a contractual existence through various means to restrict and control the other party. All right, change back to your human form. Ning Qi's eyes suddenly moved. He extended his hand and touched his face. He immediately transformed back into the appearance of a middle-aged man with a waxen face. Ning Yi was also put into his spatial bag. When Venerable Flood Dragon transformed back to his human form, hundreds of figures flew through the air and surrounded the entire valley. The middle-aged man who led the group looked at the valley and let out a soft cry of surprise. He looked at Ning Qi and Venerable Flood Dragon with a bewildered expression. Ji Yunlai and the others stood beside the middle-aged man. They were also shocked when they saw the lifeless corpses in the valley. These are Tai corpses. Dozens of Tai corpses are dead. Venerable Flood Dragon looked over and immediately transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. This is the Langia Celestial Region's Ji family's patriarch, Jiyu late-stage Tai. Venerable Flood Dragon, what's going on? Jiyu frowned and looked at Venerable Flood Dragon. As for Ning Qi and Little Six, he did not take them seriously. He thought that they were Venerable Flood Dragon's followers. Venerable Flood Dragon did not speak. He was already Ning Qi's mount. If Ning Qi did not speak, how could he speak? Patriarch, that is the ancient Sky Dragon. I've seen his appearance before. Ji Yunlai suddenly pointed at Little Six. When Ning Qi used the power of the Great Path to condense Little Six's appearance, Ji Yunlai especially took a few more glances. Now that he saw Little Six, he immediately recognized him. Oh, he's the ancient Sky Dragon? Ji Yu's eyes moved slightly. He carefully looked at Little Six and revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Then he looked at Venerable Flood Dragon. Venerable Flood Dragon, did you kill all the Tai? I don't know what method you used to kill so many Tai, but your method is useless to me. Hand this ancient Sky Dragon over to me. I'll immediately leave with the Ji family and pretend that I never saw this. What do you think? I think you're going to die soon. Venerable Flood Dragon looked at Ji Yu with pity. It was unfortunate that Ning Qi had arrived at this moment. If he had been a few steps later, he might have had a chance to survive. Ning Qi killed Tai like cutting a melon. Furthermore, he had the puppet as a trump card. He did not think that Ji Yu could gain any advantage. How dare you? Before Ji Yu could speak, the rest of the Ji family elders had already reprimanded him. This time, Ji Yu had brought at least 30 profound immortals and hundreds of zenith heaven. It was not for anything. It was just a normal occasion for the Ji family's patriarch to travel. With Ji Yu around, these profound immortals and zenith heaven were not afraid of Venerable Flood Dragon. Since they could reprimand the Tai, how could they let them go? Little Six, you're really popular. Ning Qi smiled at Little Six. Little Six rolled his eyes. If not, would the ancient Sky Dragon clan have been chased to that ghost domain? Brother Wu, you previously slew the fiends from Xianming Academy, allowing us to rescue Ninth Junior Brother. We are grateful to you, But this ancient sky dragon is not an existence ordinary people can possess. Brother Wu, please understand the situation you are in and do not go astray. Ji Yunlai cupped his hands. Shut up. You're just a lowly person. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Wu Yu. Ji Yunlai did not expect that Ning Qi would dare to call him a lowly person in front of Ji Yu and a large group of Ji family immortals. He was shocked. Venerable flood dragon, what's going on? Ji Yu frowned. He faintly sensed that something was wrong. How could a mere profound immortal be so calm when facing them? Master, what do you think? Venerable flood dragon looked at Ning Qi and asked respectfully, Master? Chapter 2871. Master. Ji Yu was shocked. He did not expect a Xian immortal to be the master among the three of them, although he was stronger than Perfected Jiao. Perfected Jiao was 3 times older than him. He was a famous primordial unity. Why would such a being recognize a Xian immortal as his master? Countless thoughts flashed through Ji Yu's mind. He felt that his actions were too rash. I'll give you a chance. Leave now and I won't do anything. Ning Qi smiled. His voice, under the influence of the power of the great Tao, instantly spread throughout the entire valley, clearly audible. I am the family head of the Ji family, Ji Yu. How should I address you? Ji Yu suddenly cupped his fists. Wu Yin. Ning Qi smiled. Wu Yin. Ji Yu pondered. He did not seem to have any recollection of that name. Furthermore, there was no immortal lord with the surname Wu. Regardless of what method you use to make Perfected Jiao recognize you as his master, I can still easily kill him. If your confidence comes from Perfected Jiao, I'm afraid you're wrong. Ji Yu glanced at Little Six. His greed prevailed. This was a rare opportunity. With the ancient sky dragon, he would have a chance to break through a bottleneck. If he became a perfected primordial unity true immortal, he would have a chance of becoming an immortal lord in the future. Do you think my confidence comes from him? Ning Qi looked at Ji Yu with a smile. What makes you think that all the corpses on the ground were killed by him? Does he have the ability to do so? Perfected Jiao said respectfully, I do not have the ability to do so. A trace of astonishment flashed across Ji Yu's eyes. What did that mean? If the primordial unity true immortals were not killed by Perfected Jiao, who else could it be? Ji Yu quickly understood who killed the corpses on the ground. Pwah! Both parties were thousands of feet apart, but a wound that looked like a baby's mouth appeared on Ji Yu's forehead. Blood was flowing out of it. This sword technique. So they were killed by you. Ji Yu looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Ji Yu stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. His eyes flashed with regret, unwillingness, anger, and other complex emotions. Finally, he breathed his last breath and his corpse fell to the ground. Patriarch, the disciples of the Ji family could not help but exclaim. The profound immortal elders and grand heavenly disciples could not help but tremble. This scene was truly shocking. Ji Yu, a late-stage primordial unity perfected immortal, was killed by a mystic immortal just like that? They didn't want to believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. Ji Yunlai, Jiang Charin, and the rest stared at this scene dumbstruck, unable to regain their senses for a long time. You are Ning Beixian. Suddenly, a profound immortal realm elder of the Ji clan couldn't help but roar at Ning Qi. His ferocious eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. Ning Beixian? Everyone recovered from the shock of Ji Yu's death. With a thought, they seemed to have thought of something, and fear gradually appeared on their faces. Some time ago, Ning Beixian had slain a grand luo above his level on the homeworld, and the news had spread among the various great clans. Although Ning Qi had killed a grand luo back then, how is this scene so similar to the rumors? They did not believe that this was a coincidence. He is Ning Beixian. Ji Yunlai stared at Ning Qi blankly. He suddenly recalled the scene when Ning Qi walked out of the forest. He only showed himself because he heard us talking about him? That must be it. Damn it. Ji Yunlai's expression became extremely ugly as he thought of this. He suddenly realized that Ning Qi seemed to have been toying with them from the very beginning. It's him? It's Ning Beixian? Jiang Churen's eyes flashed as she looked at Ning Qi with extreme hatred. Seeing the enemy that she had been thinking about for a long time made Jiang Churen's hands tremble in excitement. Sai, it's good that you guys know. Why do you have to say it out loud? Ning Qi let out a long sigh. Little Six's eyes moved slightly. He knew Ning Qi very well. When Ning Qi sighed, he would definitely kill a few people to liven things up. Master, I will take care of these ants for you. Venerable Jiao volunteered. No matter how few merit points they have, they are still merit points. Just keep an eye on them and don't let them run away. I will take care of this myself, Ning Qi said calmly. Venerable Jiao did not understand, as he did not know what merit points were. However, he soon reacted, and a mighty power of the great path surged out of his body. It was like the top of the sky, and it instantly enveloped the surrounding area of thousands of miles. Without the cultivation of a primordial unity, it was impossible for anyone to escape. Escape! When the people of the Ji family saw this, they became even more frightened. The Xian immortals were the first to meet Ning Qi's sword. When they died one by one, the remaining disciples of the Ji family wanted to break through Taoist Jiao's technique and escape. However, they were like headless flies, and no matter what they did, they couldn't escape. No matter how they tried, they could not break through Venerable Jiao's technique. You will die a horrible death. You killed the people of the Ji family today. The Ji family will definitely take revenge in the future. Screams, curses, and pleas for mercy rang out. However, none of them could stop Ning Qi's actions. It was as if he was taking a stroll in a garden. He wandered through the crowd easily. Wherever he passed, corpses would fall down one after another. After an hour, the smell of blood filled the air in the valley. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Only 2 people of the Ji family were still standing, but their faces were extremely pale. Brother Ning, my sister, Ji Sijuan, is ranked 9th on the Xian immortal list. She has now become a disciple of the legendary Tiandao family. You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the Tiandao family will not let you off. I promise to bury what happened today deep in my heart. I will not say a word to anyone else. I can make a heavenly blood oath. Brother Ning, please show mercy. Ji Yunlai looked at Ning Qi in fear. Tiandao family? Venerable Jiao's eyes moved slightly. Then he took a deep breath. The legend is true? Is there really a Tiandao family that hides in this world? Oh, you mean Ji Sijuan? She is my junior sister. However, there is some enmity between us. Ning Qi smiled. Ji Yunlai's face revealed a look of astonishment. Junior sister? What is going on? Could it be? He looked at Ning Qi in fear. His tone changed. You are also a disciple of the Tiandao family? You can say that. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 2872. If that's the case, then you can't kill me. Ji Sijuan is my sister, and she is your junior sister. Ji Yunlai said with a pale face. Who told me to hate you? Ning Qi smiled, raised his hand, and slashed. Ji Yunlai was dead, and only Jiang Churen was left. She looked at Ning Qi with hatred. The Jiang family was exterminated because of you. If it wasn't for the Jiang family, would the Jiang family have been exterminated? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. If you don't kill me today, sooner or later, I will come to you personally to take revenge for the Jiang family. Jiang Churen said with a serious face. How could I not kill you? Why would you say something like that? Puff! An incomparably beautiful head fell to the ground. Jiang Churen's headless corpse was also silent. No one escaped, right? Ning Qi said. Master, no one escaped. Taoist Jiao said respectfully. That's good. Ning Qi smiled. Boss, where are we going now? Little Six ran around with sweat all over his face. He had taken countless interspatial rings from the dead primordial unity immortals, profound immortals, and great principal golden immortals. Give me half of your interspatial rings. Ning Qi smiled. Ah, Little Six smiled. A flattering smile appeared on Little Six's face. Boss, you are already so strong. How can these things be to your eyes? Why don't you give them all to me so that I can improve my cultivation, lest I embarrass you? You still know how to embarrass yourself? You are only a golden immortal. Yet you dared to cause trouble for the profound Azure Mansion? If I didn't make it in time, you would have been refined into medicine. Ning Qi sneered. Unexpected, unexpected. I didn't expect there to be profound Azure Mansion's minions in the Langya immortal region. Little Six smiled. Let's go. Ning Qi snorted. Taoist Jiao turned into his dragon form and stuck out his tongue. It was like a red carpet for Ning Qi and Little Six to walk on. After the two of them stood still, Venerable Jiao asked, Master, where are we going? There are still dozens of divine generals under the profound Azure Mansion. Even if we can't get rid of them completely, we can still make sure that they won't be able to recover for a few centuries. Ning Qi said lightly, Boss, you want to annihilate the profound Azure Mansion. Little Six asked excitedly, What else? Are you keeping it for the new year? Ning Qi glanced at Little Six. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, he might as well give the other party a beating so that he wouldn't encounter a few houseflies in the future. Other than that, he could also use this opportunity to spread his name. Ever since his name wasn't recorded in the heavenly Tao rankings, the number of believers in the incense flame body refinement art didn't increase. In fact, it was gradually decreasing. Great! Little Six was extremely excited. The vengeance of their ancient Sky Dragon clan could finally be avenged. He didn't know how long he had waited for this day. Master, I know all the affiliated sects of the profound Azure Mansion. Are we leaving now? Venerable Jiao said in a fawning manner. Go. Langya Immortal Region. Planet Nank. Blood Flame Demon Sect. Today was the annual ancestral worship ceremony, and the person they were paying respects to was the founding ancestor of the Blood Blaze Demon Sect. Therefore, the Blood Blaze Demon Sect had sent out disciples to capture thousands of cultivators from planet Nank, whose cultivation ranged from early-stage Golden Immortal to perfected Golden Immortal. All of them were placed under restrictive spells and kept in captivity on the Blood Blaze Demon Sect's sacrificial mountain. Planet Nank was only a Class 6 planet, and the only sect that had a mystic immortal overseeing it was the Blood Blaze Demon Sect. The strongest cultivators of the other sects were only grand heavenly immortals. Furthermore, Planet Nank's galactic grand transference formation to other realms was basically monopolized by the Blood Blaze Demon Sect. It was extremely difficult for other cultivators to leave Planet Nank. It was extremely difficult to leave Planet Nank unless one wasn't afraid of the dangers in the depths of the universe. Therefore, on Planet Nank, both the righteous and demonic sects had to respect the Blood Flame Demon Sect. No sect dared to go against the Blood Flame Demon Sect. Those who dared to go against the Blood Flame Demon Sect had their entire sect annihilated. Even if there were profound immortals who passed by and found the Blood Flame Demon Sect to be an eyesore, they didn't dare to say anything. After knowing the background of the Blood Flame Demon Sect's sect master, no one dared to say anything. Although the Blood Flame Demon Sect's sect master was only a mid-stage profound immortal, everyone knew that he was one of the profound Azure Mansion's divine generals. What kind of force was the profound Azure Mansion? Who would dare to go against a sect that had a primordial unity genuine immortal guarding it? Even a Tai true immortal would have to think twice, let alone others. The blood flame demon sect master wore a black robe and stood at the forefront of the sacrificial mountain. Behind him stood a group of blood flame demon sex immortals. At the same time, there were countless demonic sects that came to watch the ceremony. Their sect masters stood respectfully around them and looked at the blood flame demon sect master. The group of golden immortals who were captured to be sacrificed, whether they were men or women, young or old, were looking at the blood flame demon sect master with fear and anger in their eyes. Some of the bolder ones knew that they would definitely die today, so they could only curse and curse. Ancestral Master, today is your death anniversary. I've brought you some offerings. Please accept them. The blood flame demon sect master said as he offered incense. Then an elder from the blood flame demon sect grabbed the golden immortals who were to be sacrificed and had them kneel before the altar. Just as he was about to bring his blade down, his eyes flickered. Everyone saw a WYRM flying towards them from afar, and on its back stood a golden immortal king. There were two figures standing on the Jiao dragon. Who would come at this time, knowing that today is the blood flame demon sect's ancestral ceremony? The demonic sect masters that came to watch the ceremony looked at each other in confusion. The blood flame demon sect master's expression suddenly became serious. The Jiao dragon landed on the ground. Ning Qi and Little Six looked down at the crowd. The blood flame demon sect master's expression became even more serious, because he found out that Ning Qi's cultivation was actually at the profound immortal great perfection stage. As for Dao Master Jiao, he couldn't see through his cultivation, but he subconsciously thought that he was not worth mentioning. You're the sect master of the blood flame demon sect? One of the profound Azure Mansion's divine generals? Ning Qi said indifferently. Yes, who are you? The blood flame demon sect master's expression changed slightly. Ning Qi immediately pointed out his identity as a profound Azure Mansion's divine general, the one who will send you on your way. Ning Qi smiled. He raised his sword, and the blood flame demon sect master died instantly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Little Six waved his hand, and the ring on the blood flame demon sect master's body fell into his hand. The immortals present gasped when they saw this. A profound immortal mid-stage died. Just like that, Ning Qi clearly knew that he was a profound Azure Mansion's divine general, but still killed him. Who was he? Chapter 2873. Senior, hurry up and save us. These demons from the blood flame demonic sect are planning to use us as a sacrifice to their ancestor. The group of golden immortals finally regained their senses and hurriedly asked Ning Qi for help. The faces of the nearby demonic Dao sect masters and blood flame demonic sect immortals instantly darkened. Oh! Ning Qi nodded indifferently and made a grabbing motion with his hand. Boundless power of the great Dao transformed into a rain of swords that shot into the foreheads of the nearby sect masters and immortals. Thousands of heads exploded in the blink of an eye, and even their souls weren't spared. It was a beautiful sight to behold. It was like a magnificent firework. You can leave now. Ning Qi glanced at the group of golden immortals. Seeing this, perfected dragon soared into the sky and prepared to bring Ning Qi to their next destination. At this moment, a golden immortal reacted and shouted at Ning Qi, "Benefactor, please tell us your name." Ancestral planet, Ning Beixian. Whoosh! Perfected dragon turned into a stream of light and disappeared with Ning Qi and Little Six. However, the group of golden immortals on the ground stared at each other blankly. Ning Beixian, the number 1 on the Earth immortal ranking. Ning Beixian? That should be him. The golden immortal who asked for Ning Qi's name had a look of admiration in his eyes. I didn't expect Benefactor to be able to kill Xian immortals in such a short time. This kind of cultivation advancement is too terrifying. Quick, go back and inform the sect masters that Ning Beixian has already destroyed the blood flame demonic sect. Even the demonic Tao sect masters present are dead. In the future, Planet Nank can finally return to its former glory. Someone said excitedly. Not long after, everyone took everything from the corpses and returned to their respective sects happily. In just a few days, Planet Nank was in an uproar. All the sects started recruiting disciples. At the same time, they announced to the world that the demonic sects on Planet Nank had all been destroyed by Ningbeishan. At the same time, a statue was erected in the largest city on Planet Nank. It was a flood dragon with 2 figures standing on it. Their faces were 90% similar to Ning Qi and Little Six, Langya Immortal Region. Chiu Fa Star, a level 6 planet. The domineering Xianin sect was annihilated in one night. Only a few disciples ran out of the sect with dejected faces. After asking around, the ancestral patriarchs on the planet learned that it was Ning Beixian from the ancestral planet who annihilated the Xianin sect. For a while, Chiu Faxing was shocked. The sect leader of the Black Moon sect was a profound immortal and a divine general of the profound Azure Mansion, but he was killed just like that. This was enough to prove that Ning Qi's strength was very strong. Heavenly Ancient Immortal Realm. Black Wind Planet, rank 6 planet. On the Dark Wind Star, there was a sect called the Dark Wind Sect. The sect's ancestor, the Dark Wind Old Demon, was one of the top 3 divine generals in the profound Azure Mansion. Therefore, not only the Dark Wind Star, but also the surrounding planets and sects had to bow down to the Dark Wind Sect. If there was anyone who disobeyed, the sect would be exterminated. One day, such an incomparably tyrannical sect was discovered to have all its immortals dead. Blood flowed like a river from top to bottom of the sect. As a perfected profound immortal, Old Devil Blackwind was also hung on a pillar at the entrance of the Black Wind sect. His body was separated from his body, and upon closer inspection, he was nailed to the pillar. Yes, under the pillar, there were dozens of broken female corpses. These female corpses seemed to have gone through inhuman torture before they died. An immortal who passed by this place noticed this. He first confirmed that the Dark Wind Old Demon was dead. Then he boldly entered the Dark Wind sect to check it out. After that, he walked out with a pale face, vomiting as he walked. The scene inside was too tragic. Not long after, he walked under the pillar and looked at the group of female corpses. His eyes suddenly fell on one of them, and he cried out, "Isn't this Nishang Fairy who was captured by Black Wind Old Demon?" After the shock, the immortal sighed. "You were a beauty, but you were tortured to death by the Dark Wind Old Demon. I wonder which powerful being destroyed the Dark Wind sect this time. Since we are fated to meet today, I will send you on your way." After he used a spell to cremate the female corpses, he suddenly found a line of words on the pillar. The one who destroyed the Dark Wind, Ning Beixian of the Ancestral Star. Ning Beixian, the monster who ranked first on the Earth Immortal ranking? How could it be him? The immortal was taken aback. There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Then he said with a relieved face, "This Ning Beixian is indeed a man of emotions. He must have seen the tragic scene in the Dark Wind sect. So he let the Dark Wind sect flow like a river of blood to vent our anger." After a pause, he looked at the body of the Dark Wind Old Demon. "Old Demon, I didn't expect that you would end up like this today. It's just that there are too many people who hate you. Your body must be left here." A few days later, countless immortals heard the news and came to the Dark Wind sect. After the major sects confirmed that the Dark Wind sect was destroyed and the Dark Wind Old Demon was killed, many people cried on the spot. They were all bullied by the Dark Wind sect, and many of their disciples died in the hands of the Dark Wind sect. Therefore, the Dark Wind Old Demon's body was left here. Countless immortals could be whipped at will. After a few decades, almost all the sects under the profound Azure Mansion were wiped out by Ning Qi. The news spread uncontrollably. Everyone in the immortal world knew that Ning Beixian, who was ranked first on the Earth Immortal ranking, had reappeared and even uprooted the sects under the profound Azure Mansion. All of a sudden, countless immortals were shocked. They couldn't imagine why these sects with profound immortals were wiped out by Ning Qi one by one. When the profound Azure Mansion received the news, it was already too late. Only a few of them managed to escape. The rest were all slaughtered. Not long after, the news of the profound Azure Mansion and the other Grand Unity immortals dying in the Southern Garden Star also spread. All the immortals who heard the news were shocked. At the same time, they were suspicious. Could it be that Ning Beixian started to wipe out the profound Azure Mansion right after the profound Azure Mansion's death? They suspected that the death of the profound Azure Mansion's Grand Unity immortals had something to do with Ning Beixian. When Jiang Yu and Jiang Ha received this news, they immediately moved out, wanting to stop Ning Qi. However, given how vast the immortal realms are, even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to cover the sky with a single hand. Wanting to find Ning Qi and the two others in this vast immortal realms was like searching for a needle in a haystack. At that time, Ning Qi had already appeared on the ancestral star. Taoist Jiao's Grand Unity, Immortal Qi, instantly alerted the azure-robed elder. He instantly appeared in front of the three and slashed at Taoist Jiao. "Wait, he's my mount." Ning Qi quickly said. The azure-robed elder looked at Ning Qi and Taoist Jiao and said indifferently, "Grand Unity immortals are not allowed to enter the ancestral star. This is the rule." Taoist Jiao, "Wait outside the ancestral star." Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 2874. After Taoist Jiao left, Ning Qi and the green-robed old man looked at each other for 10 breaths of time. Neither of them spoke. "It was thanks to you that Dragon City and Proto found me, wasn't it?" Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. "You didn't die, and you even attained the perfection stage of the mysterious immortal realm. It truly surprised me slightly." The green-robed old man did not answer Ning Qi's question. Instead, he sized Ning Qi up and said, "Senior, are you disappointed?" Ning Qi laughed. "King Qingguang came looking for me." The corner of the old man's mouth raised slightly. After he finished speaking, he placed his hands behind his back, bent his waist slightly, and walked towards the direction of the Xianjian sect. Ning Qi was stunned for a moment, then immediately followed along with Little Six. Little Six was very curious about the green-robed old man, but he could sense that the green-robed old man was extraordinary, so he naturally wouldn't speak carelessly. "Old Senior, you said that King Qingguang came to find you?" Ning Qi asked curiously. "Yes." The green-robed elder nodded lightly. "What did he say?" Ning Qi felt that the green-robed old man's true strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, why would a third-step cultivator like King Qin Guangwang come to find him? "He borrowed something from me to reopen the underworld and take control of the 6 paths of reincarnation." The green-robed elder smiled. Ning Qi was slightly startled. The green-robed old man had never smiled before, yet he was in a good mood today. He had just given face by releasing Taoist Jiao. At the same time, King Qingguang had borrowed something from him to reopen the underworld and take control of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This indirectly explained one thing. This person's identity was most likely not simple. In this way, such a huge commotion might attract the suppression of the Tiandao family. Ning Qi said with a slightly solemn expression, "Times are different now. The ancient immortal clan has waited long enough, waiting for the scattered heroic souls to gather in the underworld. This battle is inevitable." The green-robed old man paused slightly and looked at Ning Qi. "Even though I can't tell which immortal or god you are reincarnated from, I can at least confirm one thing. You are not a lackey of the Tiandao family. You have the mark of the Tiandao family on you. Make good use of this and contribute more to the battle in the future." "Well, Someone said that I might be the reincarnation of the North mystic divine emperor. Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. The identity of the green-robed old man was extraordinary, so he could use this opportunity to probe him. You, the green-robed old man glanced at Ning Qi and sneered, "You can't be the reincarnation of the North mystic emperor." "Why?" Ning Qi was slightly stunned. The green-robed old man shook his head. With a slight movement of his body, he instantly disappeared in front of Ning Qi. It seemed that he was too lazy to talk to Ning Qi anymore. At the same time, in the small courtyard of Xianjian's sect, Missing Moon Peak, the old man in green robes stood with his hands behind his back. A look of reminiscence flashed past his eyes. Master's cultivation is earth-shattering. Although he lost that battle, he still managed to preserve his life and return to the divine Luo realm. How could he reincarnate? Qi. Ning Qi didn't understand why the old man was so sure that he wasn't the reincarnation of the North mystic celestial emperor. However, it didn't matter to Ning Qi. In this life, he was Ning Qi, and he could only be Ning Qi. "Boss, where did that old man come from? He seems very arrogant." Little Six asked curiously. "Be careful, he's very narrow-minded." Ning Qi sent a voice transmission to Little Six. "If you call him that, I'm afraid you won't even know when he's being hunted down." Hearing this, Little Six shrunk his neck and immediately shut his mouth. Not long after, Ning Qi and Little Six returned to the Missing Moon Peak. This time, he didn't intend to alarm anyone. Once he arrived at the Missing Moon Peak, he used his divine will to find the Saint Concubine and the others. The Peak Master's Hall was independent of the Missing Moon Peak. Because of Ning Qi, only the Saint Concubine and the others could live in it. A third of the Missing Moon Peak was designated as the back garden of the Peak Master's Hall. When Ning Qi and Little Six arrived, the Saint Concubine and the others happened to be sunbathing in the back garden. They were extremely lazy. As Feng Qin and Feng Shu massaged Saint Concubine Cold Sky's legs and shoulders, they said, "Madam, do you think Master met another beautiful girl outside and forgot to go home? It's been so long that he hasn't come back to see?" "Maybe." The Saint Concubine's mouth slightly curled up. A trace of a smile appeared in her eyes. "Don't speak ill of the young master. Would the young master be that kind of person? If you can't even walk when you meet a beautiful girl, then how can you still walk when you see me and Ling Er?" Little Yu rolled her eyes at Feng Qin and Feng Shu. Zueling sat beside her. The two girls were currently very famous in the Xianjian sect. Not only were their aptitude proud, their cultivation speed was also extremely fast, and the seductiveness of the two girls was something that even ordinary heaven immortals or even golden immortals would find hard to control. Currently, the disciples of the Xianjian sect had already regarded the two girls as the holy maiden of the Xianjian sect. Because before this, the Xianjian sect did not even have the title of Holy Maiden. You guys are really ashamed. Although Feng Qin and Feng Shu's cultivation was not as good as Little Yu, they were not afraid of them. When they were at the Do Zone realm, how old were they? They had watched them grow up. Not far away, Dongfang Haojie and his wife looked at each other and smiled. Dongfang Luo said to Little Yu, "No matter how beautiful you are, you were still brought up by the North Profound Hall Master." Duan Yingjun and his wife also nodded in agreement. Discrimination. This is clearly discrimination. Little Yu snorted. She was a little angry, but an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. Seeing that, Zueling was just about to speak up for Little Yu, when she saw ladies will walk over and lightly knock her on the head. Zueling felt a little pain and looked at Lady Zua innocently. "Madam, Miss Li Xian, young master might have encountered some matters outside. He will come back eventually." Thinking back, he often disappeared for a while like this. Lady Zua smiled at the holy concubine of Cold Sky and Li Xian. Although she was not very talented in cultivation, she had barely touched the edge of the human immortal realm. After all, she was Zueling Er's mother and one of the first old men to follow Ning Qi. She had a lot of cultivation resources. When I'm not here, you guys will make up bad things about me. A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was slightly startled, and then looked in the same direction with a face full of surprise. Husband, master, young master, young master, hall master. All kinds of identities blurted out from everyone's mouth. Little Yu even rushed forward excitedly and hugged Ning Chi tightly. Zueling, I was more reserved, only holding Ning Chi's arm. Sister, it's a little dangerous. Li Xan showed a trace of helplessness in her eyes and looked at Saint Concubine Cold Sky. Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled and said nothing. Aren't you worried? Li Xan had a strange look in her eyes. We're all family. No matter what, we're still family. What's there to worry about? Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled. Chapter 2875. Ning Chi knocked Little Yu his head lightly when he finally plucked Little Yu off. You're already so big. You'll be as tall as me soon. Why are you still the same size as before? Did young master like the old me? Little Yu, I was slightly startled. She then transformed into her original appearance when Ning Chi brought her and a Guzi back to the dragon-slaying marquis residence. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of nostalgia. Change back. Don't be shy. Hee hee. Little Yu giggled happily but did not heed Ning Chi's words. Instead, she maintained her childhood appearance. Seeing this, Zueling followed suit and reverted to her childhood appearance. Everyone was delighted to see this. Even Madame Zwe grinned and could not help but touch Zueling's head. Little Yu giggled happily. Have you all been well while I was away? Ning Chi glanced at the crowd and smiled. We're fine. With Hao Tian's master here, no one dares to disturb us. However, your disciples have left the ancestral star to explore. The sacred concubine smiled. How dare they leave the ancestral star with such low cultivation? Ning Chi was speechless. With Li Macho leading them, there shouldn't be any danger. The sacred concubine said, it's even more dangerous with this cultivation maniac around. She kills wherever she goes, Ning Chi thought to himself. But on second thought, he suddenly realized that Li Macho's luck was not something ordinary people could compare to. Back then, Ning Chi's cultivation was so fast that the only one who could barely keep up with him was Li Macho. Perhaps after coming to the immortal world, with the blessing of this luck, there might be another kind of opportunity. Isn't this? Everyone's gaze suddenly landed on Little Six. You finally noticed me, Little Six said helplessly. Senior Six, Dongfang Haojia, and the others cupped their fists respectfully. No need to be so polite. Little Six's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. He purposely glanced at Ning Chi as if to say, see, they still remember me. Thinking back to the time when the 9 great clans besieged the Cloud Rising clan, Little Six turned the tide and helped them a few more times. He naturally left a deep impression on them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A purple figure. A white figure. It was a golden figure. It was a fat figure. They appeared in front of Little Six, almost at the same time. Ning Zi still maintained her original form. Other than the pair of wings on her back, her appearance was definitely not inferior to any of the women present. She looked at Ning Chi and Little Six with excitement in her eyes. Even Ning Bai, who had always been wooden, now had a spirited look in his eyes. Boss, Lord Lu, you're back? Ning Jin, who had yellow hair, looked at the two with shifty eyes. There was a trace of excitement on his small face. Spirit Jade Pill. Fatty Ning had a silly smile on his face, and there was a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth as he reached out to Ning Chi. This silly child is still so silly. He hasn't changed at all. This is great. Little Six couldn't help but pat Fatty Ning's head. The next moment, another head appeared in front of him. Ning Jin took the initiative to stretch his head in front of Little Six with an expectant look on his face. After little six touched it, he retracted his neck in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect all of you to come to the immortal plane. During the years I was away, your cultivation bases did not fall behind. You have all become earthen immortals. Very good, very good, little six said with some relief. Although they were all Ning Chi's demon pets, Ning Zi and the others' cultivation bases basically came from little six teaching. In this regard, Ning Chi did not help much. Where's Hao Yin? Is she still cultivating there? Ning Chi looked around and did not see little Hao Yin. Recently, Hao Tian's master allowed her to go to other states to gain experience. She will only come back once every 10 years. Sacred concubine Cold Sky said with a smile. She's grown up. Ning Chi sighed. After a pause, he took out 3 interspatial rings and said to everyone with a smile. These 3 rings were taken from the immortal emperor. The cultivation resources inside should be enough for everyone's next cultivation. However, everyone's cultivation levels are different, so I will personally arrange for you to strive to improve your cultivation in a short period of time. In the future, the immortal plane may not be as peaceful as it is now. It's better to be prepared. Hearing this, everyone was happy at first, but when they heard the last part, their expressions became serious. Brother Ning, is there a change in the immortal plane? Dongfang Haojie asked with a serious expression. I don't know the specifics. After all, with my current cultivation level, I can only protect myself in the immortal plane. I can't say anything if the ancestors want to do anything. Ning Chi smiled. After reminiscing about old times with everyone, Ning Chi went to see the Ning ancestor and Wang Lin. Then he began to set up a large, closed-door cultivation area. He wanted everyone to cultivate in the same place. During this time, Ning Chi would personally watch over them so that no one would go mad. Okay, just in case. Ning Chi was now at the peak of the Xian immortal stage. The formation he set up could perfectly isolate them from the outside world. Even if a Xian immortal attacked, it would be difficult to break it. After the formation was set up, Saint Concubine Cold Sky and the others entered one by one. Everyone's location was sealed off. Others couldn't see them, and they couldn't see each other. This way, they wouldn't be affected by the environment. Everyone received Ning Chi's personal cultivation plan. According to their cultivation level, the types of pills they took were also different. Little Six had followed Ning Chi in this period of time. Apart from the profound Azure Mansion's subsidiary forces, his value was not low. Naturally, he didn't need Ning Chi's cultivation resources. He also chose a place and began to break through to the next realm. The last to enter closed-door cultivation was Dongfang Haojie. He stood side by side with Ning Chi. Before entering, he said to Ning Chi, Brother Ning, when everyone comes out, the War God Temple's strength will definitely soar. Can we raise our banner in the immortal plane? Isn't it good to stay in the mysterious sword sect? Ning Chi smiled. Dongfang Haojie smiled. I always feel like I'm living under someone else's roof. Then let's raise our banner. But if we want to do it, we have to be number one. You reminded me. I hope that in the near future, the name of the War God Temple can stand at the top of the immortal plane. Ning Chi smiled. In this way, how much Joss Flame power could he get? His physical strength would probably increase countless times. The top of the immortal plane? Chapter 2876. Xianjian Sect. Main Peak. Sect Master Palace. Backyard. This was old ancestor Qi Yao's seclusion grounds. When Ning Chi appeared, he was cultivating in the stone room. Dong, dong, dong. Ning Chi lightly knocked on the stone door 3 times. After a while, old ancestor Qi Yao walked out in a sorry state and said to Ning Chi, You nearly caused me to go berserk. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a smile. I didn't do it on purpose. Old ancestor Qi Yao frowned. Why did he feel that the other party did it on purpose? Thinking about this, Old ancestor Qi Yao was slightly startled as he looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. How did you get here? My formations? He glanced at the array formation he had set up. It was not damaged, but Ning Qi had walked in silently just like that. Wait, the aura on your body! Old ancestor Qi Yao's pupils constricted as a trace of shock gradually appeared in his eyes. What's your current cultivation? Xian Immortal, Great Circle. Ning Qi smiled. Great Circle of Xian Immortal? You can't be a senior pretending to be Ning Beixian to play with me, right? How long has it been? How did you reach the Great Circle of Xian Immortal in such a short time? Old ancestor Qi Yao's eyes revealed a trace of vigilance as he retreated step by step. It's a long story. Let me talk about Old Man Mysterious Sword first. Ning Qi smiled. Oh, right. Where did that old fellow go? Did you find him? Old ancestor Qi Yao was stunned for a moment before he asked. In truth, he already believed that Ning Qi was real and not someone else pretending to be him. Who would do such a thing for no reason? Furthermore, that person was also at the Moon Missing Peak. If there really was an enemy that had infiltrated the Xianjian sect, they would have been killed by that person long ago. I found him, but what? It's like this, after a while. Old ancestor Qi Yao let out a long breath and said with some surprise, Mysterious Sword's background is so extraordinary. No wonder I felt that he was a little strange back then. He seemed to know a lot of things. Ning Qi did not reveal everything. Instead, he picked out some unimportant information and told Patriarch Qi Yao. Patriarch Qi Yao only knew that Old Man Mysterious Sword was the reincarnation of a certain supreme expert. He did not know that this supreme expert was the underworld King Qingguang, who controlled the 6 paths. You said that the profound sword has already fused with the main body. Does that mean he's dead? Old ancestor Qi Yao's face suddenly turned a little desolate. Ning Qi understood how he felt. Although Old Man Mysterious Sword and Old Man Qi Yao would always quarrel when they were together, the foundation of their relationship had been laid many years ago. They could be considered old comrades on the same battlefront. To suddenly hear that Old Man Mysterious Sword was the reincarnation of a certain supreme existence, and that he had a close relationship with that supreme existence, it would be a lie if he didn't feel uncomfortable to be able to fuse as one. Of course I'm alive, but in a different way. Ning Qi smiled and comforted her. You're right, it was my fault. But next time, if there's a chance, you have to introduce that senior to me. Forefather Qi Yao said. Of course. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After chatting for a while more, Forefather Qi Yao turned his attention back to Ning Qi's cultivation. As he sighed, he couldn't help but ask Ning Qi about the mysteries of advancing to the profound immortal realm. In reality, Ning Qi was also dumbfounded. The reason why he could advance to the profound immortal realm was because of the essence of the mystical mountain. The mystical mountain was nurtured by the spirit of a mystic realm, and its body contained the power of an entire mystic realm. Ning Qi had absorbed the essence of the mystical mountain, so it was very normal for him to advance from the golden immortal realm to the profound immortal realm. It was just that the process had been simplified. Ning Qi naturally couldn't tell Forefather Qi Yao about his experiences and insights when he advanced to the profound immortal realm. Not long later, Ning Qi bade farewell to Forefather Qi Yao and arrived at the sect master's hall. He saw Ying Jinxuan sitting on the main seat, extremely busy. Elder Nangong and Elder Morong were constantly handing jade slips to Ying Jinxuan. As the sect master of the Mystic Sword sect, there were many things that required her approval. After a while, Ying Jinxuan couldn't help but rub her forehead after issuing all the orders for the day. At this moment, she suddenly noticed a figure appearing in the light of the main entrance. Who is it? The 2 elders, Elder Nangong and Elder Morong, shouted in unison. Their faces were filled with vigilance. Just as they were about to attack, they saw Ning Qi's face clearly, and their expressions instantly changed. Beixian, you're back? Nangong was surprised and happy at the same time. Big brother, Ing Jinchuan's face lit up with joy. She couldn't wait to run to Ning Qi's side. But because of the two elders' presence, she had to maintain the dignity of a sect master. Greetings to the two elders. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. We wouldn't dare. The two hurriedly returned the greeting. They looked at each other and left tactfully. Ning Qi naturally wouldn't be here for them. He could only be here for Ing Jinchuan. No matter how slow they were, they could also guess this. Big brother, did you encounter any danger this time? Two people came to the ancestral star to look for you, and one of them seems to be sister Li Xian's senior brother. Ing Jinchuan quickly walked to Ning Qi and said, You're talking about Long Qing and Proto. The former is Li Xian's senior brother, and her master, Xianyuan Zhongtian, is the disciple of White Emperor Immortal Lord. Ning Qi smiled. White Emperor Immortal Lord, Ing Jinchuan's eyes flashed. Do you miss Godfather? Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Ing Jinchuan nodded. Ever since Ing Zizai appeared, she hadn't seen her father again. Now that she heard about White Emperor Immortal Lord, she naturally remembered him. Then do you want to see Godfather? Ning Qi smiled. He didn't let Ing Jinchuan enter seclusion with the saint concubine because he planned to take her to the Brahma Heaven Immortal Domain's southern star to find Ing Zizai. With his current strength, as long as immortal lords didn't appear, he could protect himself. He knew that Ing Jinchuan missed Ing Zizai very much. He would help her. What? Ing Jinchuan froze and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Big brother, you mean we're going to find father? That's right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. But the southern star of the Brahma Heaven Immortal Domain is very far away. I've asked many people, and they all said that the existence of the southern star is extremely mysterious. Even in the Brahma Heaven Immortal Domain, it's hard to find it. With our cultivation, we might not even be able to reach the Brahma Heaven Immortal Domain. Ing Jinchuan hesitated. Ning Qi glanced at the purple jade on her forehead and smiled. Others might not be able to find it, but you will definitely be able to. The purple jade that Godfather gave you should have been personally given to him by White Emperor Immortal Lord. With it, as long as we reach the Brahma Heaven Immortal Domain, it will naturally lead us to the southern star. White Emperor Immortal Lord had told Ning Qi about this before. The purple jade had the route to the southern star, and he wanted Ning Qi to find it. He didn't expect Ing Zizai to give it to Ing Jinchuan. Chapter 2877. In the next few days, Ing Jinchuan handed over all the affairs to Elder Nangong and Elder Morong, and left Xianjian sect with Ning Qi. Ning Qi did not leave Ancestral Star immediately, but brought Ing Jinchuan to Yuqing sect. It was rare for him to come back, so he naturally had to pay his respects to ancestor Yuqing. Half a month later, Yuqing sect. The disciples guarding the mountain gate suddenly saw Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan. Their eyes were filled with surprise, and they bowed respectfully. Ning Qi arrived at the small valley where ancestor Yuqing cultivated in seclusion. Just like before, ancestor Yuqing was still playing chess in front of the stone table. The chessboard was shrouded in mist, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Only a shrill scream could be heard from time to time, making one's hair stand on end. Ancestor Yuqing is... Ing Jinchuan was a little surprised. Playing chess. Ning Qi smiled at Ing Jinchuan, then brought Ing Jinchuan to ancestor Yuqing and waited quietly by the side. After about an hour, the screams in the chessboard gradually disappeared, and the mist above began to dissipate. Ancestor Yuqing smiled and looked at Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan. Disciple greets master. Ning Qi cupped his hands. Xianjian, Sex Ing Jinchuan greets ancestor Yuqing. Ing Jinchuan cupped her hands. No need for formalities. Ancestor Yuqing smiled, and his eyes stayed on the purple jade between Ing Jinchuan's eyebrows for a few breaths, then looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Beixian, your current cultivation has already surpassed me. Huh? What? Ying Jinchuan was startled and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Had her brother already become a Xian immortal? Her cultivation was too low, so she could not sense what realm Ning Qi had reached. She only felt that Ning Qi's aura was very different from before. Disciple had some fortuitous encounters. Ning Qi smiled. I heard that you killed a mortal, Lord Meng Qi in the Tiandao family, and also became a subordinate of one of the immortal emperors of the Ji family, Ji Xianling. Ancestor Yu Qing smiled. Killed a mortal Lord Meng Qi? Ying Jinchuan gasped. If it wasn't for the jade, clear old ancestor's prestige in the ancestral star, where no one could match him apart from the green-robed old man, she would have thought that the jade, clear old ancestor was just joking. Even if he was a Xian immortal, how could he kill an immortal monarch with his sword? Master, you even know this? Ning Qi was surprised. You should know that I still have some disciples. The corners of old ancestor, jade, clear's mouth rose. Could it be that those senior, martial brothers of mine that I've never seen before also participated in the Tiandao clan's trial? Ning Qi was stunned. That's right. These are the names of their all-heaven talismans. Remember them. Old ancestor Yu Qing flicked his finger, and a stream of light immediately entered Ning Qi's glabella. 7 or 8 titles flashed through Ning Qi's mind. All these years, those senior brothers of yours have been wandering around the immortal world and have collected quite a lot of useful information. Have you heard of true monarch Guanko Erling Xiansheng? Old ancestor, Jade, Clear, suddenly smiled. Of course, he had heard of it. Not only had Ning Qi heard of them, but he had also seen their howling celestial dog. At the same time, they also had 3-pointed, double-edged blades. However, Ning Qi was a little shocked. Why would old ancestor Jade, Clear, suddenly mention such a thing? Logically speaking, old ancestor Jade, Clear was not even born before the great war of immortals and demons. Why would he suddenly mention such a long time ago? Your eldest senior brother found an altar in an ancient ruin. There was a statue on it. It should be true monarch Erling Xiansheng. However, that ancient ruin had already entered the period of destruction. Your eldest senior brother had yet to study it thoroughly and could only escape hastily. He didn't even manage to protect the statue. The secrets hidden in this statue might lead you to the tomb of that true monarch and obtain his inheritance. I heard that this person had extraordinary combat strength a long time ago and could be ranked in the top 5 in the immortal world at that time. Old ancestor, Jade, Clear smiled. Ying Zhenchuan listened at the side, and the doubt on her face grew heavier, because she had never heard of these things before. True monarch Erling Xiansheng? Who was this person? Could he be an immortal emperor? Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, old ancestor Jade, Clear gently waved his hand. A trace of power of great Tao surged out of his body and condensed into a lifelike statue in front of Ning Qi. What the— Ning Qi's rock-hard heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the statue of God. The appearance of this statue was 99% similar to Wu Yin. It was as if Wu Yin had put on a suit of armor and appeared in front of Ning Qi with a 3-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand. This is the statue of true monarch Erling Xiansheng that has been destroyed along with the ruins. If you have a chance in the future, you can try to find it. Old ancestor, Jade, Clear smiled. Ning Qi suppressed the shock and bewilderment in his heart and asked subconsciously, Master, I heard from Senior Brother Kong that you obtained the 8-9 mysteries by accident. Did it come from the relic with this statue? Yes. Old ancestor Jade, Clear glanced at Ning Qi with a faint smile. You really know the relationship between the 8-9 mysteries and true monarch Erling Xiansheng. Those senior brothers of yours, including me, can't successfully cultivate the 8-9 mysteries, but you can. From this, it can be seen that you have a good chance to find the true monarch's tomb. He got the answer. Ning Qi was a little shocked. When he first learned about the 8-9 mysteries, he didn't think about it carefully. He just thought that old ancestor Jade Clear got it by accident. He didn't know that old ancestor Jade Clear had long known the relationship between this cultivation method and true monarch Erling Xianxing. Is there anything else for you to come here today? Old ancestor Jade Clear smiled. Nothing else. I just came to pay my respects to Master. Ningqi smiled. Thank you, Yi. Let's get down to business. Old ancestor Jade Clear waved his hand. Then, this disciple will take his leave. Ningqi bowed. Ningqi took Jinchuan to see Kong when again. After talking for a few hours, he left Jade Clear's sect. Along the way, his face was a little solemn. He kept thinking about the information he just learned from old ancestor Jade Clear. 8-9 mysteries. True monarch Erling Xianxing statue. Wu Yin. Howling celestial dog. 3-pointed, double-edged sword. It seemed that Ningqi and Guko Erling were destined to be together. Otherwise, how could he get things related to him again and again? The most important thing was that the other party's appearance was 99% similar to Wu Yin. Was this a coincidence? Ningqi felt that it was necessary to find Wu Yin and throw the 3-pointed, double-edged sword to him. Let's see if he would transform again. Big brother, are we going to set off now? Jinchuan asked. Yes. Ningqi nodded with a smile. He was about to say something, but his expression changed slightly. He looked in one direction with a smile on his face. Hao Tian seems to be in trouble. Let's go and have a look? Chapter 2878. Little sister Hao Tian, you've misunderstood me. Don't run. Stop and listen to me. Little Hao Tian, if you run again, we won't be polite anymore. You're all liars. She said, we're liars. Hee hee hee. Although many years had passed, Ning Haotian did not seem to have grown up. She still looked like she was about 7 years old. She had delicate features, and her skin was fair and delicate. She was like a porcelain doll, afraid of falling or melting in one's mouth. However, at this moment, Ning Haotian was in a bit of a mess. His snow-white little face also had signs of being charred. There was an explosion, and another purple lightning pillar instantly bombarded Ning Haotian's body, giving off sizzling white smoke. 5 figures were chasing after Ning Haotian. The one who had unleashed the lightning immortal technique was an old man with a sage-like appearance and a flowing white beard. His cultivation level was around the early stage Heaven Immortal Realm. The other 4 people's cultivation levels were similar to the old man's. They were all early stage Heaven Immortals. This woman must have a rare treasure on her. Otherwise, how could a mere perfected Earth Immortal Realm cultivator resist my 3rd rank immortal technique, the Purple Thunder Manual? The old man's eyes flashed with greed as he stared at Ning Haotian's back. Do I need you to tell me that? Look at her movement technique. She's only a perfected Earth Immortal, but we can't catch up to her no matter how hard we try. Fortunately, I've already sent a message to a good friend. He's waiting for her ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, a large golden net suddenly appeared in front of Ning Haotian. It trapped Ning Haotian like a fish. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several figures appeared around Ning Haotian and looked at her greedily. Let me go. Ning Haotian struggled with all her might. Hee hee, you can't break free. This immortal imprisoning net is a rare treasure. I've spent many years refining it. It can even trap a golden immortal for a while, let alone a mere perfected Earth immortal like you. The owner of the immortal imprisoning net was a middle-aged man. He smiled proudly and cupped his fists at the early-stage Heaven Immortals who were chasing after Ning Haotian. You said this woman has a lot of magical treasures and medicinal pills on her, but how come she looks so young? Is it true? The owner of the immortal imprisoning net said, Don't underestimate her age. In fact, this woman is very old. It's just that there's something wrong with her body that prevents her from growing up. She's still pretending to be a child all day long. A woman looked at Ning Haotian with a faint smile. Little sister Haotian, am I right? Ning Haotian's eyes reddened. Mother said there are many bad people out there, and it's true. She also has a mother. What is her background? Have you found out? The eyes of the owner of the immortal imprisoning net flickered. Although he had done many things like killing people and robbing them of their treasures, he still had to find out the other party's background before he did it, lest he kicked an iron plate. I've asked clearly. He doesn't belong to any sect. The woman smiled. Not bad. The sage-like old man smiled and said, if he had a master, why would he casually take out some valuable medicinal pills? Don't you understand the principle of not flaunting one's wealth? Just now, one of us was seriously injured, and this young lady just happened to pass by. With a single medicinal pill, her injury was healed. I think she should have accidentally obtained the inheritance of a certain senior after his death. If he doesn't belong to any sect, then that would be great. He wouldn't have to worry about killing him. The owner of the immortal trap, Net, heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he revealed a smile and said to Ning Haotian, little girl, are you going to hand over the item yourself? Or is uncle going to do it? Don't act recklessly. I am a disciple of the Xianjian sect. It's not that I don't belong to any sect. Ning Haotian hurriedly said. What? Everyone was shocked. The owner of the immortal trap, Net, looked at the other 5 people with an ugly expression. Didn't you say that she doesn't belong to any sect? How could she be a disciple of the Xianjian sect? It must be a lie. Yes, it should be a lie. Little sister Haotian, since you are a disciple of the Xianjian sect, why did you say that you don't belong to any sect? The woman looked at Ning Haotian with a strange expression. Mother said that unless it's absolutely necessary, don't reveal your background. It should be the last resort now, right? Ning Haotian opened her big, innocent eyes and said, if she really is a disciple of the Xianjian sect, then this matter must be done cleanly. In this year's ancestral planet, other than the Yuqing sect that cannot be provoked, it is the Xianjian sect. The owner of the immortal trap, Net, snorted coldly. Don't worry, a mere perfected earth immortal might not have a high position in the Xianjian sect. If we do it cleanly, even Grand Luo would not know who killed her. The sage-like old man said as he set up a concealment formation. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, and the place where they were was instantly hidden. Even if there were immortals passing by, as long as they were not golden immortals, they would not be able to find out. What? You still want to kill me? Ning Haotian looked at the other party in shock, and then a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She did not expect that the other party would still want to kill her even after she revealed her background. Little sister Haotian, I'm sorry we were forced to do so. Who asked you to have so many good things in your hands? I have cultivated for so many years, but I am not as good as you, a perfected earth immortal. How can I take this lying down? The woman looked at Ning Haotian with a smile. My father is Ning Beixian. If you kill me, he will not let you go. Ning Haotian's eyes moved. She felt that Ning Qi's name was so famous in the ancestral planet. If she said it, it should be able to scare these 6 bad guys away, right? After saying that, Ning Haotian looked at the other party with some pride. The 6 were a little shocked, and then burst into laughter. The owner of the immortal trap, Net, laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. How can your father be Ning Beixian? We have never heard that he has a daughter, and you want to lie to us with such a lie? Is your brain broken? Ha ha ha. How cute. Why don't you believe me? Ning Haotian said blankly, my father is really Ning Beixian. What a joke. I said that my father is also Ning Beixian. Do you believe me? The owner of the immortal trap, Net, laughed and looked at the other 5. Do you believe me? Of course not. The 5 of them said with a smile. Of course I won't have such a useless son like you. A voice suddenly sounded in the field. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Ning Haotian looked toward the source of the voice, and when she saw Ning Chi and Ying Jinxuan tearing open the array formation with ease and walking toward her, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Me mister, you are." The owner of the immortal trap net was shocked. "You just said that you are my son. Can't you recognize your father already?" Ning Chi smiled. "Ning Beixian." Chapter 2879. The owner of the net quickly said, "No, it's this girl who spoke nonsense. That's why I said the wrong thing. Please forgive me, senior." Back then, Ning Chi had displayed his prowess on the ancestral star, killing Jiang Feng and slaying the Grand Luo with his sword, which had already shocked the world. Now that they suddenly saw Ning Chi and thought that Ning Haoyan might really be a disciple of the mystic sword sect, the 6 of them were terrified. "She's talking nonsense." Ning Chi looked at Ning Haoyan and waved his hand. The net instantly shattered and turned into dust. At the same time, the owner of the net spat out a mouthful of blood and looked a little weak. "Father, they want to harm me." Ning Haoyan rushed into Ning Chi's arms and pointed at the owner of the net angrily. "Father." The 6 of them looked at each other, the fear on their faces increasing. How could this little girl be Ning Beixian's daughter? When did Ning Beixian have a daughter? Why didn't they receive any news at all? The owner of the immortal prisoner, Net, stared at Ning Chi with his mouth agape. Suddenly, he turned to the other 5 and roared, "You've harmed me!" Then he knelt down in the air and begged Ning Chi for mercy. "Senior, spare me. Senior, please spare me. I really didn't know this little girl was Senior's daughter. Otherwise, I would have given you 100 guts. I wouldn't have dared to be so rude. Those who don't know are innocent." Ning Chi smiled. The owner of the net was overjoyed when he heard this. The other 5 also heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that Ning Beixian was really reasonable. They did this because they didn't know Ning Haoyan's background. If they knew, when Ning Haoyan helped them with the pill, they would definitely take this opportunity to build a good relationship. That's nonsense. Only a fool would say something like that. Ning Chi smiled. Huh. The 6 of them were dumbfounded. Wasn't this turn a little too fast? "You go first." Ning Chi smiled at the owner of the immortal trapping net. He reached out and squeezed. The power of the great path around him squeezed him like a boulder. In front of everyone, he was crushed into a meat patty and died on the spot. Even his soul, which had broken free, was crushed into powder in front of everyone's eyes. He made a sound, a roar of indignation. When the 5 people saw this scene, they were immediately frightened, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. The woman who had always been jealous of Ning Haoyan suddenly begged Ning Haoyan, "Little sister Haoyan, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. You're not my sister. Sister Xiao Yu, and sisters Wuling are all very good to me. I thought you were like them, but I didn't expect you to be a bad person." Ning Haoyan said in a childish voice, "You said my daughter pretended to be a child?" Ning Chi looked at the woman and said with a smile, "Sometimes you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." With a slight thought, Ning Yi's strong body suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He grabbed the woman and slapped her face repeatedly. With Ning Yi's strength, an early-stage fairy immortal like this could be killed with just a touch. But under Ning Chi's signal, he withdrew most of his strength and controlled it perfectly within a limit. Pa! 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 Ning Yi slapped her faster and faster. In less than 10 minutes, the woman's hair was a mess on her shoulders, and her cheeks were red and swollen like a pig's head. Every slap would knock out 1 or half of her teeth. Soon, her eyes became lifeless, as if she had fallen into a semi-coma. When the other 4 saw this, their faces turned extremely pale without a trace of blood. They already knew that they would end up even more miserable than the owner of the immortal capturing net. Another 10 minutes passed. The woman's teeth had already fallen out, and her chin was crooked. Her originally beautiful face now looked like that of a devil. Puff! A head flew into the air. Ning Yi looked at Ning Chi innocently. Her body is too weak. It's fine. You take care of the remaining 4. Ning Chi smiled. Spare me. Senior Ning, I didn't attack Haotian. Ning Beixian, you're so vicious. Nothing happened to your daughter, but you want to kill us. One day, you'll get your retribution. Accompanied by begging and cursing, the 4 people died one after another. Their deaths weren't any better than the previous 2, especially the sage-like old man. He died the most miserably because he might have cultivated a body-tempering technique, so his body was much stronger than the others. Ning Yi punched them 10,000 times and shattered their souls. Ying Jinchuan's expression was indifferent, as if she was used to the scene. If it was her, she might have been more vicious. At least, she would have tortured them for a dozen years before they died. Ning Haotian seemed to have never seen such a tragic scene, and his face was filled with fear. Haotian, remember to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger in the future. Don't reveal your wealth. If you become enemies with someone, remember to kill them if you can. If you can't, remember to kill them in the future. Unless you really forget, Ning Chi said. Dad, Haotian will remember. Ning Haotian nodded, not really understanding. Ning Chi smiled. If he could understand, then so be it. If he couldn't, then he would naturally understand when he encountered some setbacks in the future. He believed that Ning Haotian, as his son, would be able to tell right from wrong, know who to kill and who not to kill. It was just that she had been under the care of the saint concubine and the others in the early days. Due to her lack of experience and naivety, it was inevitable that she would be targeted. He believed that after today's incident, she would grow a lot. Ning Yi finished his work and walked behind Ning Chi without saying a word. Ning Haotian and Ying Jinchuan glanced at him, curious about Ning Yi's background. After Ning Chi explained, Ying Jinchuan was shocked. A primordial unity puppet? That was too scary. Dad, is he really just a puppet? Does he have his own thoughts? Ning Haotian was curious. She slowly and hesitantly reached out and touched Ning Yi's cheek. Ning Yi's eyes flickered, and she quickly retracted her hand. Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you. Ning Chi laughed. Ning Chi had Ning Yi's perspective. Whatever Ning Yi could see, he could also see. Although it was not a doppelganger, the Mo family's mechanism technique was too advanced compared to the current puppet technology. Ning Yi's spirit was refined by Ning Chi and was almost equivalent to a doppelganger. Dad and your aunt Jinchuan have to leave for a while. Let your Uncle Ning Yi accompany you. But remember, Uncle Ning Yi will only help when your life is in danger. Ning Chi smiled. Huh, Dad is leaving again? Chapter 2880. Outside the ancestral planet, Venerable Flood Dragon hesitated as he stood in the void. He looked at the ancestral planet from time to time. His origin blood essence had been refined by Ning Chi. Logically speaking, if he wanted to escape Ning Chi's control, Ning Chi would have to give it up and return the origin blood essence to him. Otherwise, if he tried to escape by force, his cultivation would fall to the wise. His cultivation would fall to the mysterious immortal realm. However, Venerable Jiao had another way to escape Ning Chi's control. There would be some damage, but it would not be too serious. If he did that, he would be stabbed to death if he saw Ning Chi again in the future. He could only secretly go to some celestial domain with fewer people to cultivate. He could not go back to Blue Water Star. Venerable Jiao felt a headache just thinking about it. This kid knows White Emperor Celestial Lord. His origin is extraordinary and his methods are terrifying. He's also a disciple of the Tiandao family. Maybe I can be his mount for a while. Maybe I'll have some other opportunities, Venerable Jiao comforted himself, and the hesitation in his eyes gradually disappeared. What are you looking at? A voice came from behind Venerable Jiao. Venerable Jiao was shocked and quickly turned around. Master, you came out so quickly? Venerable Jiao was surprised. Big brother, this is? Ing Jinchuan was curious. Although her cultivation was not high, Venerable Jiao gave her a feeling that he was deep and unfathomable. Venerable Jiao, grand unity. Ning Qi introduced him with a smile. He also told Ing Jinchuan about Venerable Jiao's origin. Ing Jinchuan was shocked after hearing it. She did not expect a grand unity to become her big brother's mount. Venerable Jiao smiled and nodded at Ing Jinchuan after hearing how Ing Jinchuan called Ning Qi. Ing Jinchuan hurriedly returned the greeting. No matter what Taoist Jiao's current identity was, he was at least a primordial unity. Immortals at this level were at the top of the pyramid in the celestial world. Master, where are we going next? Are we going to look for the remnants of the profound azure mansion, or... Venerable Jiao asked. The remnants of the profound azure mansion are nothing to worry about. Moreover, the celestial world is so big. If they really want to hide, how can we find them? Ning Qi shook his head. From his years of cultivation and what he saw in the Tiandao clan, Ning Qi understood that no matter how strong an immortal was, they were still insignificant in the face of the vast universe. Even an immortal emperor couldn't use their divine sense to cover the entire celestial world. Perhaps only third or fourth step cultivators could do so easily. In the immortal world, to find a few existences as small as ants. To the Brahma heaven immortal domain, the southern star. Ning Qi smiled. Southern bright star? Is it White Emperor Immortal Lord's cave abode? Taoist Jiao was slightly startled and quickly said, Master, I know about the Brahma heaven celestial realm. As for where the South Bright Star is, I really don't know. In the celestial realm, there are very few celestials who have been to the South Bright Star. Most of them are the sect masters of top clans or sections. He paused for a moment. Perhaps the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce also knows about it. Should we go to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and ask? You don't have to worry about the route. We'll talk about it when we get to the Brahma heaven celestial realm. Ning Qi said lightly. Taoist Jiao immediately reacted. Ning Qi and White Emperor Immortal Lord were brothers, so he naturally knew where the South Bright Star was. His worries were unnecessary. Thinking about this, Taoist Jiao was slightly excited. He had never been to a celestial lord's cave abode. This time, he could finally get what he wanted. With Taoist Jiao as their mount, they basically didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Even if some immortals with evil intentions wanted to attack Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan, they would immediately turn tail and flee after carefully observing Taoist Jiao's aura. They didn't dare to take even half a step forward. This was because Taoist Jiao deliberately emitted a trace of the aura of a Tai, perfected immortal to prevent these people from wasting their time. 2 years later, Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan finally arrived at the Brahma heaven celestial realm. Once they arrived, Ning Qi gently placed his hand between Ing Jinchuan's eyebrows. Ing Jinchuan's body stiffened slightly, and her face became slightly red. She uncomfortably twisted her body. Don't move. Ning Qi smiled. Ing Jinchuan stuck out her tongue and obediently stood where she was without moving. Soon, the purple jade between Ing Jinchuan's eyebrows emitted a faint, hazy purple light. This purple light seemed to have a mind of its own as it entered Ning Qi's fingertip and wandered to his eyebrows. Even Ning Qi's eyes seemed to be covered with a faint layer of light. I see. Ning Qi smiled and retracted his hand. Big brother, did you see anything? Ing Jinchuan was somewhat curious. Yes, we know how to get to planet South Star. Your purple jade is still the key. With it, we can directly reach White Emperor Immortal Lord's cave abode. Godfather should be cultivating there. Ning Qi nodded. Ing Jinchuan's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. Then let's go quickly. However, the time is not quite right now. If we want to enter planet South Star, we will have to wait for another 2 years or so. Ning Qi smiled. 2 years. Ing Jinchuan was slightly disappointed. Ning Qi stomped on Taoist Jiao's head. Let's go to the nearest planet to rest. For mortals, 2 years was a long time. However, for Ning-Chi and the others, 2 years was just the time for them to rest. Master, I know of a 7th-grade planet called Planet Kunlun nearby. Should we go there? Taoist Jiao asked. All right, let's go. Ning-Chi nodded lightly. Taoist Jiao's speed was very fast. After flying for about a month, they arrived at Planet Kunlun. After entering Planet Kunlun, Taoist Jiao transformed into his human form and followed behind Ning-Chi and Ingzhinshuan. He completely concealed his aura and looked like a diligent guard. Ding! The host's advancement mission has been issued. Please check the details. As soon as they entered Planet Kunlun, the system's notification sounded. Ning-Chi's expression was slightly strange. All those years ago when he cultivated the 4-spirit sacred technique and advanced to the perfection stage of the mysterious immortal realm, the system didn't issue any assignments. He thought that it would be the same as the last time, and he might not have to complete any assignments, and he would be able to break through as long as the conditions were right. Never had he imagined that another assignment would suddenly be issued now. Comprehend my own Tao talisman. My own Tao talisman? Ning-Chi glanced at the details of the mission and was slightly stunned, not mentioning how difficult it was to condense a Tao talisman in the Xian immortal realm. The system seemed to want him to comprehend his own Tao talisman, not to pass it on to someone else. System, is this advancement mission as it's written? I can only comprehend Tao talismans on my own. I can't comprehend Tao talismans inherited from others? Yes. Chapter 2881. Reverend Jiao, do you know about Tao talismans? Walking on the busy street, Ning-Chi suddenly asked. Venerable Jiao was slightly startled. Surprise flashed through his eyes. Why would Ning-Chi suddenly ask such a question? He thought for a moment, then said respectfully, Master, I heard that Emperor Realm existences can condense power that is even stronger than the power of the great Tao. This power comes from the legendary Tao talisman. I've read about it in some ancient books, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Ning-Chi nodded slightly. Taoist Jiao was right. In the celestial world, aside from Celestial Emperor Lenya, there were very few celestials who could condense Tao talismans. Furthermore, those who could condense Tao talismans before reaching the Celestial Emperor realm must have obtained a great opportunity and obtained the inheritance of a Celestial Emperor. Apart from them, only the Tian Dao clan had more immortals who could condense Tao talismans. If every clan had 20 to 30 immortal emperors, including some geniuses who could condense Tao talismans before reaching the immortal emperor realm, the number of immortals who could condense Tao talismans should be around 500. Besides the complete inheritance of the Tian Dao clan, the reason for this was probably related to the Tao talisman secret realm. Even if the group of ancient ancestors wasn't included, such strength was sufficient to crush the immortal dimension a few hundred times without expending the slightest effort. At that moment, Ning-Chi and the other two were walking in the biggest city of the Kunlun Star. This city was called Sky Phoenix City. According to Venerable Jiao, the strongest being on the Kunlun Star was the Sky Phoenix Empress, who had the power of a Tai true immortal at the Great Perfection Realm. Even if Venerable Jiao saw her, he would have to greet her as a junior. One of the few existences closest to the immortal monarch realm. In the vast Brahma heaven, celestial realm, there were no more than 10 existences in the peak of the primordial unity true celestial realm. In other words, if the heavenly Phoenix Empress did not become a celestial duke, she would definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Brahma heaven celestial realm. However, she had yet to enter the primordial unity true celestial ranking. From afar, one could see a 300-meter tall statue in the center of Sky Phoenix City. The statue was vivid and lifelike, of a peerless beauty. Many immortals would involuntarily kneel when they passed by the statue. Suddenly, a few young men and women with profound immortal cultivation walked over. Ning-Chi's eyes moved slightly when he saw them. Then, the young men and women entered a restaurant. Ning-Chi recognized one of them. It was Ji Xingyuan. Ning Qi had never seen the other few people before, but their cultivation was similar to Ji Xingyuan's. It was very likely that they were the leaders of the Ji family's factions that were similar to the Sacred Dragon Union. If it had been anyone else, Ning Qi might have ignored them. However, Ji Xingyuan was there, so he wanted to go up and see if he was here for a quest. If possible, Ning Qi did not mind making things difficult for Ji Xingyuan. "I'm tired. Let's go to that restaurant to eat something." Ning Qi smiled. Master Jiao froze for a moment. He did not expect Ning Qi to be the kind of celestial that craved good food. This was because celestials could abstain from eating. Aside from some body refinement cultivators, Qi refinement cultivators could go without food for millions of years without any problems. This was because celestial spirit Qi was their food. "Yes, master." Venerable Jiao nodded and walked in front of the two of them. There were too many people in Sky Phoenix City. With Venerable Jiao leading the way, Ning Qi and Ing Jinshuan were able to easily enter the restaurant. When they entered, Ning Qi looked at the name of the restaurant, Taichu Restaurant. The business scope of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce is really wide. Ning Qi sighed. Not bad. The business that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce is involved in is very strange. As long as it is a 7th grade planet, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce will exist. Venerable Jiao nodded with a smile. After entering the restaurant, a waiter greeted them. Ning Qi asked him to arrange a private room, which happened to be right next to Ji Xingyuan's. Venerable Jiao asked Ning Qi what he wanted to eat. Ning Qi casually ordered a few dishes and sent the waiter away. "What are the people next door talking about? Can you hear them?" Ning Qi looked at Venerable Jiao. Venerable Jiao froze for a moment, then scanned the area with his divine will. The soundproof array that Ji Xingyuan and the others had set up could not stop Venerable Jiao, so he could easily hear their conversation. "Big brother, did you meet someone you know?" Ing Jinshuan asked curiously. "You can say that." Ning Qi smiled. This time he had left the Tiandao family because of Ji Xingyuan's tricks, so he had accepted a quest to find a pet for someone. Although Ning Qi did not mind the difficulty of the quest, it was different now. He was not in the Tiandao family, so he could do whatever he wanted. The more Venerable Jiao heard, the more serious his expression became. He could not help but look at Ning Qi. "Master, those people are also disciples of the Tiandao family. That's right. They are all surnamed Ji." Ning Qi smiled. "So Master knows them." Venerable Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really did not want to offend such a mysterious and powerful force. It was a family that had experienced the great war of the immortals and demons. In the current celestial world, apart from the Tiandao family, only a few sects had experienced that period, and most of those sects had declined. "Master, they came to planet Kunlun for a quest. They did not go into detail, and I only heard a little. It seems to be related to talismans," Venerable Jiao said with a strange expression. He thought about how Ning Qi had suddenly asked him about talismans. He suspected that Ning Qi already knew about it and had not come to planet Kunlun unintentionally. Related to talismans? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He increasingly felt that the crux of the advancement quest that the system had set up was in planet Kunlun. Everything that had happened might not have been a coincidence. Ji Xingyuan was a genius of the Tiandao family and the president of the Sacred Dragon Union. What cultivation resources did he not have? Yet he had come here with a few others. It could only have been for talismans. "Do you have more detailed information?" Ning Qi asked. Venerable Jiao shook his head. They only said a few words about talismans. After that, they did not speak again. They are still sitting there. Interesting. I'm afraid that they are not sitting here to eat. Ning Qi pondered for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. They're waiting for someone. Maybe you'll be able to hear more when the person they're waiting for arrives. At that moment, the door opened. The waiter brought the dishes into the private room. Chapter 2882. I didn't expect the dishes of the Absolute Beginning restaurant to taste so good. Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan did not eat much. Taoist Jiao, who did not want to eat at first, finished most of the dishes. He wiped his mouth in embarrassment and smiled. Ning Qi called the waiter in and filled the table with food. They ate like that, and after around 2 hours, Sage Jiao stopped eating. He looked at Ning Qi and said, "The person they're waiting for is here. It's a woman, and her aura is similar to the Sky Phoenix Empress." "The Sky Phoenix Empress has come personally?" Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. With the status of Ji Xingyuan and the others, if the Sky Phoenix Empress were to find out, it wouldn't be strange for her to come here personally. No, that woman is also a perfected, profound immortal, not a primordial immortal. Taoist Jiao shook his head. "Han Yue, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still as elegant as ever." Ji Xingyuan smiled. Zhu Hanyue smiled. She glanced at the others and sat down on the empty seat. At that moment, the other men and women of the Ji family looked at each other and then at Ji Xingyuan. "Han Yue, you sent me a message last time saying that you found a secret realm related to Tao talismans. Do you know where that secret realm is now?" Ji Xingyuan laughed. "Our deal." Zhu Hanyue glanced at Ji Xingyuan. "That's easy. No matter what's in the secret realm, we'll leave 20% for you." Ji Xingyuan smiled. 20% is not enough. I want 30%. Zhu Hanyue shook her head. "How dare you? Even your master, the Sky Phoenix Empress, doesn't dare to ask for 30%. What right do you have to ask for it?" Ji Longyue scolded coldly. "Ji family's Hazy Moon Society's leader?" Zhu Hanyue glanced at Ji Longyue and said indifferently, "Only I know where that secret realm is. To tell you the truth, I have never entered it, but everyone who has entered has inherited a Tao talisman." Hiss! Ji Xingyuan, Ji Longyue, and the other 2 disciples of the Ji family looked at each other and gasped. Even the Tao fruit realm of the Tiandao family couldn't have such a powerful effect, right? Those who entered all received Tao talismans. "Hanyu, is this true?" Ji Xingyuan said solemnly, "If you believe me, we'll sign a contract. If you don't believe me, it's up to you." Zhu Hanyue said lightly, "Where are those who have inherited the Tao talismans? Would they leak the location of this mystic realm? If that's the case, then I'm afraid it'll cause the other 8 clans to fight for it." Ji Longyue said coldly, "They're dead." Zhu Hanyue said lightly, "Not long after he inherited the Tao talisman, his body exploded and he died." "Explode and die?" Ji Xingyuan and the others were shocked. "Otherwise, why do you think I sent you a message? My master personally went to that secret realm to investigate. Only Xian immortals could enter and primordial immortals couldn't. It should be the tomb of a great emperor, and the inheritance of that great emperor is inside. However, before we find out why those people exploded and died, I'm a great emperor. I won't go in." Zhu Hanyue said. A trace of excitement flashed through Ji Longyue's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. "What did you think of?" Zhu Hanyue looked at Ji Longyue. Ji Longyue snorted. "Nothing." "You're not sincere. Let's forget about this deal." Zhu Hanyue smiled coldly and got up to leave. "Wait," Ji Xingyuan hurriedly said. "Hanyue, you said that those who received the Tao talisman inheritance would eventually explode and die. Is there an exception?" "There has never been an exception." Ji Longyue shook her head. "I think I know why. It's because this Tao talisman most likely didn't come from an immortal emperor, but from a third-step cultivator. If this is true, I'm afraid we'll have to inform the clan's ancestor Huagu. However, Hanyue, don't worry. I promise you that you will get a place to enter the mystic realm with us." Ji Xingyuan said. Zhu Hanyue's expression changed slightly, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Ji Xingyuan, I told you about this on account of our friendship when we roamed the immortal world together. If you tell this to the ancestor behind you, what will happen to Sky Phoenix City in the future? Hanyue, this matter is of great importance. Before this, I thought that the mystic realm you found was only the tomb of a great emperor, but now it's at least the tomb of a great sage. Ji Xingyuan said, The tomb of a great sage? Zhu Hanyue's expression changed slightly, and she pondered for a while. All right. Seeing that Zhu Hanyue had agreed, they chatted for a while and then left the restaurant in a hurry. As soon as they left, 3 figures immediately followed them from afar. The tomb of a great sage, a third step, almighty. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. In the current immortal world, there had been no third step almighty for a long time. However, before the great war of immortals and demons, not only did the ancient immortal clan have third-step almighties, but even the Tiandao family had many third-step almighties. If Ji Xingyuan and the others guessed correctly, this tomb of a great sage might belong to some clan. It could also belong to the demon clan or some other clan. With the help of perfected Jiao, a grand unity, Ji Xingyuan and the others couldn't find the whereabouts of Ning Qi and the others. While following them, perfected Jiao was still a little shocked. The words he overheard seemed to have overturned perfected Jiao's worldview. A third step, almighty. Is that an existence stronger than an immortal emperor? Could it be that the ancient books I read weren't just nonsense? Isn't the immortal emperor realm the limit of this world? Many thoughts flashed through perfected Jiao's mind. He felt that coming to planet Kunlun with Ning Qi was the right decision. He was even glad that Ning Qi had taken him as a mount. Otherwise, with his social circle, unless he became an immortal lord, he wouldn't have been able to know many secrets of the immortal world. As for whether third step almighties really existed, perfected Jiao pondered for a while and secretly observed Ning Qi's expression. He was sure that Ning Qi and Ji Xingyuan already knew these secrets. Then the ancient ancestor that Ji Xingyuan had mentioned made perfected Jiao ponder. Perfected Jiao thought about it. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Ning Qi, Master, what is the realm of the ancient ancestor? It's an existence that has surpassed the second step, but hasn't truly reached the third step. Ning Qi said calmly. After pausing for a while, he said, The first step of cultivation is before the human immortal realm. The second step of cultivation is from the human immortal realm to the immortal emperor realm. Do you understand? This venerable Jiao sucked in a breath of cold air. According to this theory, Chapter 2883. 10 days later, Zhu Hanyue and the others stopped in front of a lake. The shape of the lake was a bit strange. It looked like a gourd. The lake that Zhu Hanyue and the others were in was a relatively large area below it. The lake water was clear and transparent. Occasionally, they could see some small fish. Some fish that were several meters long swam past them. The secret realm you mentioned is in here. Ji Longyue frowned and looked into the depths of the lake. The lake was so deep that she couldn't see the bottom. There is an ancient city at the bottom of the lake. The secret realm is in the ancient city. Zhu Hanyue said calmly, If that's the case, let's wait here. Ji Xingyuan said. After saying that, he took out the All-Heaven Talisman and sent a message. The great sage's tomb was very important. No matter how arrogant Ji Xingyuan was, he didn't dare to go down alone. Not far away. Master, should we go down and check it out first? Venerable Jiao looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Just as Ning Qi was about to speak, the gourd-like lake suddenly became restless. First, there were waves on the surface of the lake. Then, all the lake water flowed out, as if there was a huge monster rising from the depths of the lake. What's that sound? Ji Xingyuan, Ning Qi, and the others all heard a strange sound coming from heaven and earth at the same time. It sounded like someone was constantly muttering. Soon, a black object emerged from the water. Upon closer inspection, it looked like the roof of a building. However, the roof was already as big as the lake. Boom! The earth split. The cracks spread in all directions like a spider web. Many of the monsters living in the lake rose into the air and fled in all directions. However, they didn't get far before golden light shot out from the water and turned them into nothingness. Not good. Retreat first. Ji Xingyuan shouted. At the same time, golden light shot toward them. Even Ning Qi and the others received the same treatment. No one dared to test the power of the golden light that was suspected to be from the great sage's tomb. Almost all of them fled at the same time. Boom! A beam of golden light struck Venerable Jiao's body and pierced through the concealment formation on his body. At the same time, it pierced Venerable Jiao's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked extremely dispirited. Fortunately, he and Ning Qi had already escaped dozens of miles away, so there was no second beam of golden light. Come on! Ji Xingyuan and the others were also in a sorry state. Although the golden light had not struck their vitals and killed them on the spot, they were more or less injured. The gourd-like lake had disappeared, and even the surrounding mountains had been flattened. A pitch-black, gigantic ancient city with a hint of an icy aura appeared in front of everyone. The first thing to break through the water was the tallest building in the ancient city. Such a huge commotion instantly attracted the attention of the immortals in the surroundings. When the ancient city appeared, the Sanskrit chanting that seemed to be whispering also disappeared. However, during this process, the sound had already spread throughout the entire Kunlun star. Many immortals had heard the news and rushed over. It's you! Ji Xingyuan looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. Taoist Jiao had been severely injured and could no longer maintain the concealment formation. The whereabouts of Ning Qi and the others were immediately seen by Ji Xingyuan and the others. Ji Longyue and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. They had not expected that they would be followed. If not for the sudden change, they would not have been able to discover the other party. Ji Xingyuan, who is this person? A hint of coldness flashed in Ji Longyue's eyes. Ji Xingyuan looked at Ning Qi with some fear and said indifferently, "He is Ning Beixian, the personal disciple of the Xianling patriarch, who joined our Ji family not long ago." It's him? Ji Longyue and the others looked at Ning Qi with shock and fear in their eyes. They had all heard that Meng Qi, a late-stage celestial lord of the Meng family, had been killed by Ning Qi with a single slash. During the trial, Ning Qi had also obtained the essence of the sacred mountain and climbed the 9 steps to heaven. Zhu Hanyue looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. She had naturally heard of the name Ning Beixian. After all, he had been ranked first on the earthly immortal ranking. However, she did not expect the rumors to be so different from reality. The person who was once ranked first on the earthly immortal ranking was now emitting a majestic aura of the great Tao. His cultivation was no weaker than hers. Senior brother Xingyuan, what a coincidence. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled at Ji Xingyuan. Ji Xingyuan looked at Ning Qi with a fake smile. Shouldn't you be in the Langya immortal domain after accepting that mission? Why are you in Kunlun planet of the Brahma immortal domain? I was bored, so I came here to take a look. Senior brother Xingyuan, do you have any objections? Ning Qi smiled. Of course not. Ji Xingyuan sneered. You've been so sneaky and followed us here. Aren't you being a little too shady? Ji Longyue snorted. The road leads to the sky. Why are you sneaking around? Ning Qi smiled. Ji Longyue was furious. Just as she was about to attack, she was stopped by Ji Xingyuan. His voice sounded in the ears of Ji Longyue and the others. This kid has had many fortuitous encounters. I'm afraid his battle prowess is above us. The severely injured guy beside him should be a grand unity. Don't attack rashly. This kid is too arrogant. Ji Longyue was furious. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach him a lesson in the future. Ji Xingyuan sneered. Then he smiled at Ning Qi and said, Junior brother Beishian, you came at the right time. I've already sent a message to the clan. Soon, the ancestral patriarchs will be here. Then you and I can enter this relic and explore it together. What do you think? Sure. Ning Qi smiled. Then he ignored Ji Xinyuan and looked at the ancient city in front of him. Ning Qi found that there were 2 statues at the gate of the ancient city. There seemed to be golden light flowing in their eyes. The golden light that shot out just now should have come from the eyes of the 2 statues. Even perfected being Jiao was severely injured and had to sit cross-legged to heal. Even if Ning Qi had the means to kill a grand unity, he didn't dare to get close to the ancient city. I planned to enter first, but now I can only wait for the ancestral patriarch of the Ji family to arrive and clean up the statues. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Chapter 2884. Half a month later, Taoist Jiao's injuries were somewhat healed. Only a circular scar remained on the wound, and it seemed as if he had completely recovered. However, due to the abnormal power of the golden light, it would still take some time for his injuries to completely recover. Venerable Jiao looked at the ancient city with fear in his eyes. Fortunately, he had run fast. If he had been a few steps slower, he would have been killed by the golden light. More and more immortals gathered here. These immortals were either native cultivators of Kunlun Star or immortals who passed by Kunlun Star. Their cultivation bases ranged from heaven immortal to profound immortal. They all gathered in the safe areas around the ancient city, not daring to make any strange movements. About 2 days later, a primordial unity finally arrived. His cultivation was even higher than Venerable Jiao's, and he was followed by several Xian immortals. When he arrived, Venerable Jiao transmitted his voice to Ning Qi and told him about this person. This Tai was the sect leader of Kunlun Planet's Wooding sect. He was known as Esteemed Wooding. His cultivation base was only half a step away from breaking through to the middle stage Tai True Immortal. Not long after Esteemed Wooding arrived, a few more Tai sovereigns arrived. They were the sect masters of planet Kunlun. They gathered together and seemed to be discussing something in low voices. Soon, their gazes suddenly fell on Venerable Jiao. Esteemed Wooding took a step forward and cupped his hands toward Venerable Jiao. Are you Master Bluewater Star, Flood Dragon? Not bad. Taoist Jiao nodded. I wonder if you're willing to join forces with us to break the restrictive spell of this place? Esteemed Master Wooding said. You guys go, I'm not going. Venerable Jiao quickly shook his head. What kind of joke was this? That golden light was so powerful. How could a grand unity immortal break through it? When they saw that Taoist Jiao seemed to be a bit afraid, they couldn't help but reveal a look of contempt. After chatting for a while, they joined hands and walked toward the ancient city. The immortals' breaths grew heavy as they looked nervously at Esteemed Master Wooding and the others. They didn't know if these primordial immortals could break the ancient city's restrictive spells. When the primordial unity immortals were a certain distance away from the ancient city, the eyes of the 2 statues shone with a golden light again. Attack! Esteemed Master Wooding shouted. Several primordial unity immortals joined forces, and their momentum was extremely great. Boundless power of the great path condensed into momentum and bombarded the 2 statues. Boom! Their attacks were penetrated by the golden light, but it didn't slow down at all. Master Wooding and the others had a bad feeling in their hearts. They used all kinds of defensive methods, but they still couldn't stop the golden light. Just as they were about to be killed, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky and grabbed down, directly crushing the golden light. Esteemed Master Wooding and the others took the opportunity to escape the danger zone and looked up at the sky in bewilderment. Standing there was a woman with a peerlessly beautiful face. At this moment, her face was a bit pale. We pay our respects to the Sky Phoenix Empress. Master. Zhu Hanyue quickly cupped her hands and bowed. When the immortals in the surroundings saw the Sky Phoenix Empress, many of them revealed looks of worship and looked at her with fiery eyes. This woman's combat power is quite strong. She was able to shatter the golden light. However, it seems that she has exhausted a lot of her strength. Ning Qi's gaze fell on the Sky Phoenix Empress, and he was somewhat surprised. The woman before him should be the strongest primordial immortal he had ever seen. Someone like Daoist Jiao could be easily defeated by her with a single palm strike. You guys are really bold. How dare you attack in a place like this? The Sky Phoenix Empress said indifferently as she looked at the primordial immortals. Her voice was very gentle, but it carried an indescribable majesty. I was wrong to wait. Esteemed Master Wooding and the others had a look of shame on their faces. If it weren't for the Sky Phoenix Empress, even if they didn't die, they would have been seriously injured. All right, this ancient city may be buried with an almighty from the primordial era. I have my own plans, so don't act on your own. The Sky Phoenix Empress said indifferently. Yes, esteemed Master Wooding and the others looked at each other, their hearts pounding. We pay our respects to the Empress. When the Sky Phoenix Empress arrived in front of Ji Xingyuan and the others, they smiled and bowed. To them, they often saw immortal lords, let alone primordial immortals. Even a primordial immortal like the Sky Phoenix Empress, who is ranked in the top 10 of the Brahma Heaven immortal realm, would not make them feel afraid. When will your family arrive? The Sky Phoenix Empress asked indifferently. It should be soon. Ji Xingyuan said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a celestial boat arrived. The celestial boat was so big that it covered the sky. When it appeared, it brought with it a terrifying aura that caused all the celestials present to tremble uncontrollably. Why is the Jiang family here first? Ji Xingyuan and the others were slightly startled, and their expressions turned ugly. At the same time, they saw a figure suddenly fly out from the nearby immortals and greet the immortal boat. Ji Xingyuan and the others suddenly realized that there was a disciple of the Jiang family here. Just when many immortals were shocked and wondering where this immortal boat came from, another immortal boat appeared in the sky. Then the third and fourth immortal boats appeared one after another. A total of 9 immortal boats surrounded the ancient city and floated around it. The immortal boats were shrouded in mist, so people couldn't see what was inside. But judging from the aura of these immortal boats when they appeared, there must be extremely powerful cultivators on them. All 9 families are here. Ji Xingyuan muttered to himself with a bitter smile. Ji Xingyuan murmured to himself with a bitter smile on his face. It seemed that the treasures in the great sage's tomb would be shared with the other 8 families. Big brother, is this the Tiandao family you were talking about? Ing Jinshuan asked secretly. She looked at the 9 immortal boats with a shocked expression. How many terrifying cultivators were standing on such huge objects? Just the grade of the immortal boats was enough to kill countless people. The terrifying power of the great Tao crisscrossed on them. It was very likely that they were supreme grade Tao treasures. That's right. All 9 families are here. Ning Qi nodded slightly. He felt that this ancient city was more and more likely to be related to his advancement mission. These 9 immortal boats were not ordinary immortal lords' belongings. There should be immortal emperors on them. The value of this ancient city was naturally very high for the 9 families to send immortal emperors here. Chapter 2885. Ji Xuanling's gaze lingered on Ning Qi for a few seconds. At the same time, the celestial emperors also noticed Ning Qi. Ning Qi had no choice but to bring Ing Jinshuan and perfected Jiao to Ji Xianling. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, master." Perfected Jiao was a little nervous and excited. An ordinary primordial unity would have been terrified to see so many celestial emperors and immortal lords all at once. Ji Xingyuan and the others also rose into the air and bowed to Ji Xianling. Ji Xianling nodded and motioned for Ning Qi and the others to retreat to the side and wait. The celestial emperor from the Meng family was also Ning Qi's old acquaintance, Meng Dangkong. However, he didn't look at Ning Qi again after taking a glance at him. Instead, he looked at the ancient city with a serious expression. This ancient city might really be the tomb of a great sage, as the people below said. LV Yuan said after observing for a while. The two statues at the entrance look like puppets from the Mo family. Meng Dangkong frowned. Let's work together to break them and enter the ancient city. Qian Shan smiled. After a short conversation, the 9 celestial emperors decided to work together. A red vermilion bird spirit flew out of Ji Xuanling's body. It chirped and flew toward the 2 statues. Meng Dangkong shouted, and a golden book appeared in his hand. The book kept flipping, and mysterious characters flew out one after another. They gathered together and formed a golden longsword that flew toward the statues together with the vermilion bird spirit. One after another, the celestial emperors used their own techniques. When their attacks converged, they were much, much stronger than esteemed Master Wooding and the others from before. Golden light gathered in the eyes of the 2 statues at the entrance of the ancient city once again as they faced the attacks of Ji Xianling and the others. Boom! There was a loud noise. The golden light was extinguished. The attacks of the 9 celestial emperors also landed on the 2 statues. Cracks appeared on the statues at first, then spread all over their bodies. In less than 3 breaths, the 2 statues turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Broken. So powerful. Where did they come from? The immortals on Kunlun planet looked at Ji Xianling and the others in horror. Other than esteemed Master Wooding and the other Grand Unity immortals who sensed something, the rest of the immortals did not know that Ji Xianling and the others were the legendary immortal emperors. They also did not know that there were dozens of immortal lords standing behind them. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared out of their wits, unable to speak. Let's go in and see. Qian Shan impatiently flew towards the ancient city. Scram! A loud explosion could be heard from the ancient city. Qian Shan couldn't dodge in time. He seemed to be hit by an invisible sound wave and was sent tumbling back. Seeing this, LV Yuan quickly stopped Qian Shan. Everyone saw that there was blood at the corner of his mouth. The immortals present were all shocked, especially those who knew Qian Shan's identity. The disciples of the Tiandao clan who had come with him, Ji Yuan, Ning Qi, and the others were all shocked. He injured an immortal emperor with just a shout? Could it be that there is a living 3rd step in this ancient city? Ning Qi looked at the ancient city in shock. Could it be that the master of this great sage's tomb is still alive? Ji Xianling and the others had the same thought as Ning Qi. At that moment, they all looked very shocked. Qian Shan, how are your injuries? LV Yuan asked with a solemn expression. Fortunately, it's just a minor injury. It seems that the person inside doesn't intend to kill me. Qian Shan was a little self-deprecating, but if one looked closely, they could see a trace of horror and lingering fear in the depths of his eyes. Perhaps there's no living person inside at all. It's just a trick left behind by that Almighty. Meng Dangkong said in a low voice. At that moment, Ji Xianling looked at Ji Xingyuan. You previously sent a message saying that someone went in and inherited a Dao talisman. However, not long after, his body exploded and he died? Yes. Ji Xingyuan nodded. However, Ji Xianling didn't just listen to his side of the story. Instead, his gaze landed on Zhu Hanyue and the Sky Phoenix Empress. You guys spread the news. Tell them. The Sky Phoenix Empress's face was a little pale. She knew that the ancient city had an extraordinary origin, so she wanted to use the friendship between Zhu Hanyue and Ji Xingyuan to get the Tiandao clan to take action while she got a share of the spoils. Before this, she had always thought that the Tiandao clan would send an immortal lord. She didn't expect that 9 immortal emperors would join forces this time. What happened next shocked her even more. An immortal emperor of the Tiandao clan was actually injured by an angry shout in the ancient city? All of this proved that the ancient city's origin was much more terrifying than she had imagined. Seniors, I don't know anything about this ancient city. I just accidentally discovered that a mysterious immortal entered, obtained inheritance, and condensed a Tao talisman. The Sky Phoenix Empress cupped her hands and said, "Other than mysterious immortals, have you ever entered?" Ji Xianling said lightly, "No, Grand Unity immortals can't enter." The Sky Phoenix Empress shook her head. Could it be that only mysterious immortals can enter this ancient city? The immortal emperors present looked at each other. If she didn't lie, the mysterious immortal who entered probably obtained the Tao talisman inheritance of a third step Almighty. Because his aptitude wasn't good enough, his body exploded and he died. LV Yuan said in a deep voice, "It's a pity that we can't enter. We can only let the mysterious immortals below try." Qian Shan sighed. At this moment, Meng Dangkong reached out and pointed at a few mysterious immortals on Kunlun planet to let them be test subjects and go to the ancient city to investigate. The mysterious immortals' faces turned pale. They didn't dare to object and could only walk toward the ancient city. Everyone looked at them nervously. As a result, when they walked to the ancient city's gate, the ancient city's gate slowly opened, and they stood there in shock. "Okay, you can come back now," Meng Dangkong said lightly. Sure enough, only mysterious immortals could enter. The mysterious immortals looked at each other and didn't listen to Meng Dongkong's words. They directly flashed into the ancient city. Meng Dongkong's expression changed when he saw this. "You guys go in too." Meng Dangkong turned around and shouted at the mysterious immortals he brought. The mysterious immortals of the Meng clan immediately flew toward the ancient city. "You guys go in too." Ji Xianling looked at Ning Qi and the others indifferently. "This is a rare opportunity. Master, this is my sworn sister, and this is my mount," Ning Qi said telepathically. "Okay, I'll help you look after them." Ji Xianling nodded lightly. Ning Qi informed Ing Jinxuan and Perfected Dragon and went to the ancient city with the mysterious immortals of the Ji family. Seeing the mysterious immortals of the Tiandao clan pouring into the ancient city, the mysterious immortals on Kunlun planet were getting impatient. A few of them couldn't help but fly toward the ancient city, but they were stopped by someone. "Come down." The person who stopped them was an immortal master of the Meng clan. "You can't enter." The immortal master of the Meng clan said coldly. Chapter 2887. Ning Qi didn't use the emotionless sword art. Instead, he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, and his physical strength reached a terrifying level. His blood rose from the soles of his feet and formed a circle of qi. The nearest abstruse immortals not only didn't hurt Ning Qi, they were even repelled by his boiling blood. They were forced back by the impact. "Come at me." Ning Qi grabbed Ji Longyue's immortal art with one hand. Ji Longyue looked on in shock as Ning Qi grabbed her arm tightly. Then he used Ji Longyue as a weapon and waved it wildly at the mystic immortals and their immortal arts. Uft, uft, uft. But the abstruse immortals near Ning Qi were sent flying one after another. After a few hits, Ji Longyue couldn't take it anymore, and her eyes rolled back. Despicable. Shameless. The members of the Waning Moon Society cursed angrily, but they didn't dare attack recklessly because their immortal arts might accidentally hurt Ji Longyue. With another fierce swing, a large group of abstruse immortals were hit by Ji Longyue and sent flying out of the battlefield. Ning Beixian, stop! Ji Xingyuan roared. Ning Qi smiled at him and waved his hand. Ji Longyue immediately flew to Ji Xingyuan. Ji Xingyuan was overjoyed, but he didn't feel happy for long. He saw Ning Qi and Ji Longyue arrive in front of him at almost the same time. With a light kick, Ji Longyue flew toward the city gate. When he reached the city gate, he vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Ning Qi punched Ji Xingyuan's stomach. Ji Xingyuan's eyes bulged and his body arched. His robe was torn. Just as Ji Xingyuan was about to fly out, Ning Qi reached out and grabbed his neck. The huge force made Ji Xingyuan's lower body rise high while his upper body was in Ning Qi's hand. The two faced each other and were very close. "I've wanted to hit you for a long time." Ning Qi chuckled. "You!" Ji Xingyuan's eyes flashed with anger. Before he could speak, Ning Qi grabbed Ji Xingyuan's neck and slapped him to the ground. Crack! A heart-chilling sound rang out. The abstruse immortal's expressions changed. This time, they clearly heard that at least 1/3 of Ji Xingyuan's bones were broken. This kid is actually a body refinement cultivator. Meng Hao found it hard to believe. It wasn't just him. All the immortals present didn't dare to believe the scene before their eyes. From the beginning, Ning Qi's every punch could easily destroy the immortal arts of abstruse immortals of the same level, be it the early or the great circle of abstruse immortals. Even though there were too many abstruse immortals surrounding him, some of the immortal arts couldn't block in time. On the other hand, when they descended onto Ning Qi, they seemed to be unable to injure him in the slightest, whereas every single one of Ning Qi's fists was capable of bringing extremely great harm to a mysterious immortal of the same realm. This was clearly the fighting style of a body refinement cultivator. And before this, they had always thought that Ning Qi mainly cultivated in sword techniques or saber techniques. They did not even think that Ning Qi knew much about celestial techniques. After all, many of the celestial techniques in the outside world had been lost. During the trial, Ning Qi did not display any overly shocking celestial techniques, and he had just entered the heavenly Dao family. It was likely that he hadn't learned many powerful celestial techniques yet. The immortals of the Zhou clan, who had always kept a low profile, were now looking at Ning Qi with burning passion in their eyes. Of the 9 heavenly Dao families, the other 8 focused on inner and outer cultivation. Only the Zhou clan cultivated both inner and outer cultivation, not neglecting both. But because of this, the cultivation of the Zhou clan's disciples was weaker than that of the other 8 clans. They were slightly superior, but when it came to a real fight, their battle prowess would not be weak. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. "You're courting death." After Ji Xingyuan felt the bones in his body shatter, he gave Ning Qi a venomous look. In the next moment, a long sword filled with boundless killing intent appeared on his body. A high-grade Dao item. Ji Xingyuan is going to use his killing move. I heard that Ning Beixian also has a high-grade Dao item. It's a Bao. Ji Xingyuan's high-grade Dao item was personally refined by his father for 1,000,000 years. It's already the best of all high-grade Dao items. I'm afraid Ning Beixian won't be able to block it and will die without a doubt. Go back. Ning Qi leaped up and punched the flying sword. The flying sword that had just come out of his body was instantly knocked back into Ji Xingyuan's body. Ji Xingyuan was a little dumbfounded. At the same time, his eyes revealed a sliver of fear. Just what kind of power was that? If that punch had landed on him, wouldn't it have blown his body up? Roar! 18 dragon subduing palms. As Ning Qi turned around, a palm technique of extreme yang fiercely struck out. 2 people who were preparing to sneak attack Ning Qi, and they seemed to be some guild master of the Ji family, instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, losing the ability to fight. At this moment, there were already hundreds of abstruse immortals lying around Ning Qi's feet. Although none of them were dead, all of them were more or less injured. The remaining abstruse immortals stood in the distance, not daring to get close to Ning Qi. Senior brother Xingyuan, let's spar again next time. Ning Qi looked down at Ji Xingyuan from above and smiled faintly. Then he turned around and walked away. Ji Longyue hobbled over to Ji Xingyuan and the others and pulled them up one by one. The rest of the abstruse immortals also stood up after resting for a while. Their expressions were a little complicated. There was shame, anger, shock, and fear as they looked at Ningqi's back. Once we leave this place, I will definitely report this to Patriarch Huagu. This kid doesn't care about the rules of the clan and runs amok. Ji Longyue said coldly. Ji Xingyuan and the others didn't say anything. At this moment, they still hadn't calmed down. They didn't expect that they would be beaten by Ningqi alone without being able to fight back. Most importantly, this scene was seen by the abstruse immortals of the other 8 great clans. This person is rebellious. You all have to be careful in the future. Meng Hao walked over to Ji Xingyuan and the others and said calmly, "Let's not talk about this for now. What should we do? Or wait here?" Ji Xingyuan snorted coldly. Some of the other clans suggested following Ningqi. Since Ningqi wasn't afraid, if they still waited here and if there were any opportunities, wouldn't it be Ningqi who monopolized them? The Tao Talisman inheritance in the great sage's tomb isn't something ordinary people can bear. But this time there are so many of us. If everyone gets a share with our talents and the help of the ancient outside, we won't have to worry about our bodies exploding, Ji Xingyuan said. I heard from Zhu Hanyue that those who obtained the Tao Talisman inheritance all entered a mysterious palace. It should be the one in front. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch up, Meng Hao snorted. Chapter 2888. This ancient city was extremely large, although the surrounding buildings did not have the slightest aura of life. As if they had not seen the light of day for many years, they still gave off a grand and majestic feeling. One could imagine the endless flow of people when this ancient city was at its peak. Other than the 2 statues at the city gate, there seemed to be no other restrictions in the ancient city. Ningqi walked for so long and did not encounter any danger. Not long after, Ningqi arrived at the building. The door was wide open and it was pitch black inside. It seemed that no matter what, his eyes could not penetrate this layer. He could see the scene inside in the darkness. Ji Xingyuan and the others stopped at the door. They looked at the building while looking at Ningqi. They wondered if Ningqi would just walk in like this. When he arrived at the door of the building, the feeling in Ningqi's heart seemed to grow stronger. There was something inside the building waiting for him. Was it the owner of that angry roar? Or was it something else? Ningqi's eyes flashed with hesitation. Then his gaze gradually became determined as he walked into the building. In the empty hall, there was only a throne in the center. A figure sat on it. The figure seemed to be sizing up Ningqi. There really is someone. Is it the powerful being that roared just now? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. He asked tentatively, "Senior?" Ningqi's voice echoed in the hall. Apart from that, it was very quiet. The figure did not respond to Ningqi. Ningqi took a step forward and could finally see the figure clearly. It turned out that it was a statue and not a living person. The statue sitting on the throne was much taller than the average person. Although it was just sitting, it was still more than 6 feet tall. This statue was very strange. When Ningqi wanted to see what it looked like, he realized that the face of the statue was very smooth. There were no facial features. It was as if the craftsman who had built this statue had suddenly encountered an emergency. He only had time to finish sculpting the body and did not have time to sculpt the face. At this moment, Ji Xingyuan and the others also walked into the hall, still maintaining a certain distance from Ningqi. The statue, which had been motionless the entire time, suddenly raised its arm when they arrived. In front of everyone, it slowly opened its clenched palm. In the center of its palm lay a square-shaped talisman with golden light flowing on it. A complete Tao talisman. Ji Xingyuan and the others had looks of shock on their faces. They hadn't thought that there would really be a Tao talisman inheritance here, and in such a way at that. It seemed like that powerful being had completely separated his Tao talisman and stored it here. Under normal circumstances, if someone encountered such a fortuitous encounter, they would basically condense it by comprehending the information passed down by their predecessors. They had never seen anyone willing to hand over their Tao talismans to someone who came after them. Whoosh! Ji Xingyuan and the others were no longer afraid of Ning Qi. Under the attraction of the complete Tao talisman, they used the fastest speed in their lives to rush towards the stone statue. As long as they could obtain this Tao talisman, no matter who it was, their cultivation would improve greatly. With the power of the Tao talisman, they didn't believe that they couldn't defeat Ning Qi. However, they did not achieve their goal. Just as they dashed forward, the talismans in the stone statue's hand released thousands of rays of light that directly entered the space between their eyebrows. At this moment, time seemed to stop. The wind stopped blowing. Ji Xingyuan and the others were still in the same position as they had been dashing forward. His feet were already in the air, but he didn't land on the ground. Instead, he was fixed in midair. The golden light on the Tao talisman even rushed out of the main hall. The group of profound immortals outside who hadn't entered the main hall in time also had the golden light enter the space between their eyebrows. All of their movements froze, just like that. Outside the ancient city, Ji Xianling and the other 9 great immortal emperors stood together and looked at the ancient city with solemn eyes. However, because their divine consciousness couldn't enter the ancient city, they couldn't detect what was happening inside. They could only wait for someone to walk out of the ancient city to find out what secrets were hidden inside. The profound immortals on Kunlun planet felt like a kitten was scratching their hearts. However, because the immortal lords that Ji Xianling and the others brought with them had been paying attention to them, they didn't dare to move even if their hearts were itching, lest they were killed by the other party. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the ancient city, a figure broke through the air and arrived. It was as if he was taking a stroll in a field. With every step he took, he could close a large distance. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of everyone. It was a seemingly weak scholar. All the immortals present looked at him in unison. Although they couldn't sense the slightest aura from him, no one would really treat him as a weak scholar. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" Meng Dangkong and the other immortal emperor's expressions changed slightly. They couldn't see through this scholar's background. This meant that his cultivation level was higher than theirs. However, in the immortal world, apart from the puppet Langyo immortal emperor, the rest of the immortal emperors were from the Tiandao clan. Everyone knew each other. Where did this guy come from? "I am Canopy." The scholarly existence smiled and cupped his hands at everyone. After a pause, he said, "This is the good thought, so please leave first, lest the evil thought awakens. When that happens, blood will flow like a river. This is not what I want to see." Then his gaze fell on the ancient city. The smile in his eyes grew wider. This ancient city has that person's aura. It seems that he left something behind. In the immortal world, I am the only one qualified to take it, right? After muttering to himself, Canopy walked into the ancient city. Good thought? Evil thought? Meng Dangkong and the other immortal emperors were confused. But seeing that the other party wanted to enter the ancient city, they naturally wouldn't allow it. How could they let others have a share of the opportunity obtained by the Tiandao clan? "Your Excellency, please wait." LV Yuan moved slightly and appeared before Tianpeng. He smiled. "This place already belongs to someone. Your Excellency, please don't go any further." Meng Dangkong, Qian Shan, and the other immortal emperors all came forward and surrounded Canopy. Only Ji Xianling didn't move. She stood where she was and looked at Canopy with a frown. Her eyes flashed with contemplation. "You are no match for me. I don't want to take anyone's life. Please step aside." Canopy smiled. Arrogant. Meng Dangkong sneered. In the next second, Canopy didn't move at all, and Meng Dangkong was caught in his hand. LV Yuan and the others were shocked when they saw this. Chapter 2889. Meng Dangkong's eyes were filled with fear. He realized that the power of the great Tao and even the Tao talisman in his body seemed to be suppressed by the other party's grab. He couldn't use it at all. "I don't want to hurt anyone. Don't force me." Songpeng smiled and casually tossed Mang Dangkong away. Mang Dangkong flipped through the air and flew away. Everyone stop. This person is General Tianpeng of the ancient immortal clan, a third-step cultivator from ancient times. He just escaped from the seal some time ago. Ji Xianling finally remembered the origin of the two words Tianpeng. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes as he transmitted his voice to everyone. LV Yuan and the others wanted to join forces to see if they could suppress the other party, but after hearing Ji Xuanling's transmission, their bodies trembled and they subconsciously moved away. General Tianpeng. A trace of fear gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. In fact, during the Great War of Immortals and Demons, the immortal emperors present were only heaven immortals. There were even some minor characters like earth immortals who hadn't been born yet. Even the surviving ancient ancestors of the clan were the most powerful back then. They were only at the emperor realm, and some are only immortal lords. If the person in front of them was really an ancient third-step cultivator who had escaped, then he was much stronger than them in terms of seniority and cultivation. Haha! Tianpeng saw that no one was stopping him, so he smiled and walked toward the ancient city. At this moment, another roar came from the ancient city. Scram! Waves of air surged toward Tianpeng. However, unlike Qian Shan, Tianpeng wasn't repelled by the waves of air. Instead, he waved his hand and punched, directly shattering the gate of the ancient city. After so many years, even that person's methods can't be maintained at their peak. The aura of the Tao Talisman. After I devour this Tao Talisman and condense my primordial spirit again, I'll have a chance to find a path of cultivation in the Shenluo realm. Tianpeng muttered to himself and took a step forward, entering the ancient city. The immortals on planet Kunlun looked at each other. Finally, someone mustered up the courage and ran toward the ancient city. At this moment, the people of the Tiandao clan no longer stopped them. The others heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed them into the ancient city. In an instant, almost all the immortals surged into the ancient city. Almost all of them surged into the ancient city. The ancient city's seals seemed to have lost their effectiveness, allowing primordial immortals, mystic immortals, and even Grand Luo to enter. When Patriarch Jiang Tianshu left, he said that these ancient immortals had their cultivation bases crippled. At the very most, they're only as strong as our clan's ancient patriarchs. We'll send word back immediately. This is a very important matter, and the patriarchs are aware of it. They'll probably agree to help us. Why don't you make an exception and come out? The immortal emperor of the Jiang family transmitted his voice with a solemn expression. Hearing this, the others nodded slightly. Then they used various communication methods to send the news back to the Tiandao clan. In an instant, all the Tiandao clan progenitors who were in seclusion were awakened by the news. Heaven Dao Pavilion. On the 9 steps to heaven, in the hall behind the statue, dozens of people gathered again. The Canopy Marshal has appeared. He's on the Brahma Heaven Immortal Domains, Kunlun Star. An elder of the Ing family said in a deep voice, his expression not looking too good. Jiang Tianche nodded lightly. That's right. An ancient tomb has appeared on the Kunlun Star, and the Canopy Marshal has come for it. I'm afraid that this tomb is really the tomb of a great sage. What do you all think now? The Canopy Marshal's cultivation base must not have fully recovered. Let's take this opportunity to capture him and bring him back. Suppress him again? First it was Tianpeng, then it was King Qingguang, and then Jiang Tian's. There must be remnants of the ancient immortal clan behind all of this. If you can really contact the Shenluo world, you must pass on this matter. I have a feeling that not long from now, we will fight the ancient immortal clan again. The elder of the Qian family said lightly, I'll tell the Shenluo realm about this. You don't have to worry. Even if there are remnants of the ancient immortal clan, they won't be able to shake the foundation of the Tiandao clan. Now that we're talking about Canopy, who's interested in joining us? Jiang Tianche said lightly. The hall fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, then lowered their eyes, as if they were not interested. Then let the patriarch speak to you personally. A hint of mockery flashed in Jiang Tianche's eyes. Everyone was slightly shocked. Before they could react, a bronze mirror appeared in front of Jiang Tianche. Greetings, patriarch. Jiang Tianche bowed respectfully. Jiang Jianba and Jiang Yuanxin, the two elders of the Jiang family, hastily saluted. The elders of the other 8 families were greatly shocked and didn't dare to think too much. They stood up from their seats and saluted the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror did not move at all. The hall was very quiet. After a long while, a cloud of faint green mist suddenly surged out of the copper mirror. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tianche immediately explained the cause and effect of the incident. Shou, Su, Ing, Lu, head to the Kunlun Star and bring back canopy. An indifferent voice came from behind the green mist. The voice sounded very young, but when the elders heard this voice, their expressions changed drastically and they became even more respectful. They could not forget this voice. It was the voice of the patriarch who had single-handedly founded the Tiandao family. Later on, he led the Tiandao family, a rising force, to defeat the ancient immortal clan that had dominated countless ancient times in the immortal world, allowing the Tiandao family to ascend to the top of the immortal world. The green mist gradually disappeared. Jiang Tianche also put away the bronze mirror. He looked at the Zhou, Su, Ing, and Lu family elders indifferently. The other elders of the Ji clan, the Qian clan, and the Ding clan also cast their gazes on the 4 clans. The 4 elders looked a little unsightly. They exchanged glances and ultimately did not dare to disobey Jiang Tianchu's orders. They decided to each send one person to the Kunlun Star to capture Martial Canopy, the ancient city. Inside and outside the hall, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone remained in their previous positions, motionless. Only the golden light on their glabella made their heads flicker faintly like lanterns. Some people's lights were slightly brighter, while others were slightly dimmer. For example, Ning Qi's glabella was currently the brightest among the thousands of mystic immortals present. Ning Qi's thoughts seemed to have fallen into boundless darkness. However, this state of darkness did not last long. Huge golden words appeared in the void around him. Chapter 2890. Ji Xingyuan and the others seemed to be the same as Ning Qi. They all opened their eyes in bewilderment. Everyone discovered that in front of them, closest to the stone statue, stood an existence that looked like a scholar. Right now, the golden light from the talisman in the stone statue's hand was being absorbed by the scholar. Who is he? We were just receiving the talisman's inheritance, but before it started, we were interrupted by this person. Is he going to take it all for himself? The golden pillar of light between Tian Peng's eyebrows was thicker than everyone else's. When everyone looked closely, they found that Tian Peng seemed to be making some sort of hand seal. Before, they were passively accepting the inheritance, but now the other party was clearly taking the initiative to steal everyone's inheritance, intending to take all the benefits for himself. Who is this person? Why did the immortals let him enter this place? Ji Longyue couldn't help but ask. At this moment, no one was in a good mood. They were only half a step away from receiving the talisman inheritance, but now it was interrupted by someone, including Ning Qi. Everyone's expression was ugly. No one could answer Ji Longyue's question, but not long after she finished speaking, the abstruse immortals outside the hall made way. Ji Xianling and the other immortal emperors slowly walked into the hall and looked at Tian Peng's back with solemn expressions. Meng Dongkong's expression was extremely ugly. Although he wasn't injured by Tian Peng's throw just now, he had lost all face in front of so many acquaintances and juniors. This inheritance isn't yours. The stone statue suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Tian Peng, speaking human language. When everyone heard this, A trace of shock appeared on their faces. Could it be that the roar just now came from this stone statue? Had it always been sentient? I know. Tian Peng also opened his eyes, but the golden light between his eyebrows wasn't interrupted. He was still frantically absorbing the power of the talisman. At the same time, he smiled at the stone statue. This talisman was left behind by that person. I don't know who he was going to leave it for, but since I've come out and the immortal realm doesn't have it, I will naturally accept it. To be able to suppress my existence, I will naturally accept this Tao talisman. With it, it won't be long before I can reach the level of the monkey and take revenge for us ancient immortals. It doesn't belong to you. The stone statue spoke again. At the same time, its palm was slowly closing. The faint smile on Canopy Peng's face suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it was replaced by a sinister and resentful expression. The temperature in the hall seemed to have dropped dozens of degrees because of this. What's mine will always belong to me. Back then, he was at the 4th step, but he made my ancient immortal clan suffer a crushing defeat. This is just interest. Open it. Tian Peng let out an extremely resentful roar. Suddenly, a surge of power surged out of his body and tightly wrapped around the stone statue's finger. The palm that was originally closing was slowly pulled open by this power. The 4th step? Could this be the talisman left behind by that person? When Ji Xianling and the other celestial emperors heard this, it was as if a storm was set off in their hearts and disbelief appeared on their faces. They finally understood why Marshal Tian Peng would come to this place after escaping the seal. It turned out that this was not the tomb of a great sage, but a 4th step existence that was even stronger than a great sage. There was only one 4th step cultivator in the ancient immortal clan, and that was the Bei Xian Divine Emperor. Is this the North Mystic Divine Emperor's talisman? The eyes of the 9 celestial emperors became extremely fiery. As expected, is this a talisman that belongs to me? Ning Qi was slightly startled. If he was really the reincarnation of the North Mystic Divine Emperor, then this talisman should have belonged to him. Therefore, when he entered Kunlun Planet, the system suddenly issued an advancement mission, which also had a reasonable explanation. The system was reminding him. Thinking of this, Ning Qi wanted to check Tian Peng's attributes, but found that his attributes were all question marks, and only his name was clearly visible. Marshal Tian Peng, Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Beiji? This is Zhu Beiji? Ning Qi's expression gradually became strange. If the other party was a bit more muscular, it would be easier for him to accept it. However, this frail-looking guy was actually Zhu Beiji, who was in charge of the Heavenly River's 80,000 navy. However, even the monkey was dead, and the Bull Demon King was still being suppressed. How did Zhu Beiji suddenly break free? Before Ning Qi could think about it, Meng Dangkong and the other celestial emperors couldn't help but ask. Even though Tian Peng was stronger than them, they could see that Tian Peng was currently in some kind of struggle with the stone statue and obviously had no time to be distracted. This is our fortuitous encounter. Let's attack together. Meng Dangkong transmitted his voice to Ji Xianling and the others. They originally thought that this opportunity had nothing to do with them and that it belonged to the younger generation. However, if this Tao talisman was really left behind by the North Mystic Divine Emperor, they were very willing to let this Tao talisman replace the Tao talisman that they had formed themselves. The 9 celestial emperors joined in the fight for the Tao talisman. The terrifying airwaves immediately forced Ning Qi and the others back. In the end, they couldn't stand still in the hall and could only run out of the hall. If they stayed any longer, even Ning Qi would be squeezed into minced meat. How audacious of you! How dare you steal my opportunity? Soon, Tian Peng's angry roar came from the hall. Then a figure flew out of the hall like a cannonball and landed heavily on the ground. Meng Wangu. When everyone saw the face of the figure, their expressions became very strange. Mang Dangkong coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked a little dispirited. His arm had disappeared. Looking at the wound, it seemed that his right arm had been bitten off by some kind of monster. He was the one who was thrown out by Tian Peng, and now he was the first one to be injured. Mang Dangkong's face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water droplets. He didn't choose to enter the hall again. Instead, he sat on the ground with his legs crossed. The wound on his right arm seemed to have some kind of residual power. It was pitch black. With such an injury, even a human immortal would be able to regrow an arm in a short period of time. However, Mang Dangkong's condition seemed to be much more serious. He used the power of the great Tao in his body to fight against the remaining black gas on the wound. When the immortals saw this, no matter if they were from the Tian Dao family or the Kunlun star, they didn't dare to go near the hall. The immortals who wanted to enter the hall earlier but held back at the crucial moment were terrified. Even someone like Mang Dangkong was injured. If they went in, wouldn't they be courting death? After a few seconds, another figure flew out. It was the Qian family's immortal emperor, Qian Shan. Just like Mang Dangkong, his right arm was bitten off. Then came LV Yuan, the Ying family's immortal emperor, the Su family's immortal emperor. Without exception, the group of immortal emperors' right arms were all bitten off. Like Mang Dangkong, they all had ugly expressions on their faces as they adjusted their breathing. Right now, Ji Xianling was the only one who was still inside. Chapter 2891. Just as Ning Qi was worrying, Ji Xianling also flew out of the main hall. However, she was not as disheveled as Mang Dangkong and the others. Her hands were intact, and there were no wounds on her body. She just looked a little pale. Kill anyone who dares to enter the hall. Canopy's voice came from the hall. Master, are you all right? Ning Qi took a step forward and looked at Ji Xianling. I'm fine. Ji Xianling shook her head and looked at the hall with a solemn expression. She knew that if it wasn't for the fact that Canopy was fighting with the stone statue and injured Mang Dangkong and the others, she wouldn't have been able to keep her arm. Damn it. Qian Shan snorted and stood up with a pale face. His broken arm still hadn't recovered. The power of the great Tao in Qian Shan's body was fighting with the trace of black gas at the wound. It seemed unable to expel it and could only stop the black gas from eating away at the wound. Mang Dangkong and the other celestial emperors also stood up one after another because they realized that their current strength couldn't expel the incomparably vicious power that Canopy had left on them. I wonder if the clan's elders will personally come. If they don't come, this talisman might be taken away by that monster. With it, that monster will be able to recover his cultivation in just a few days. At that time, how will our heavenly Tao clan defend against him? Qian Shan glanced at his wound and said while gritting his teeth, how many years had it been since an celestial emperor was injured? But today one of his arms was bitten off, chewed and swallowed. As an celestial emperor, even a hair on his body had been condensed for countless years and contained a lot of power of the great Tao. Now that he had lost an arm, it was a great loss of vitality for the celestial emperors present. They probably wouldn't be able to recover without tens of thousands of years. Ji Xingyuan, Meng Hao, and the other Xian immortal geniuses couldn't intervene in this situation. They could only look at the hall with ugly expressions. If it wasn't for that uninvited guest, they might have already obtained the inheritance of the talisman. Rumble! Another deafening sound suddenly came from the hall. It seemed that the battle between Canopy and the stone statue had reached a critical moment. After that, every 3 to 5 breaths of time, there would be a commotion in the hall. Even though the crowd was standing outside the hall and couldn't see what was going on inside, they could guess how intense the battle between the Canopy and the stone statue was. As time passed by, the expressions of Mang Dangkong and the other immortal emperors became more and more unsightly. There was a great fortune in front of them, but they had no way to obtain it. They could only watch as others snatched it away. It had been many, many years since they had experienced such a feeling. Just as the immortal emperors were getting anxious, a void gate suddenly appeared above the ancient city. Then 4 old figures walked out. They were 3 old men and 1 old lady. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, an indescribable pressure filled the ancient city. It was as if the sky was going to fall from the sky. Old Su, Ji Xianling, and the other immortal emperors were shocked. They didn't expect that 4 of the old Su clan elders who had been holed up in the Heaven Dao Pavilion would suddenly appear. Zhou, Su, Ying, Lu, and the other immortal emperors were the most surprised when they saw the 4 old Su clan elders. They didn't expect that the 4 old Su clan elders would be here this time. In that case, the Dao talisman might fall into their hands. The aura of these 4 seniors seems to be even more powerful than theirs. The immortals on Kunlun planet were indescribably shocked. However, they couldn't recognize the 4 old Su clan elders. Even many disciples of the Tiandao clan couldn't recognize the 4 old Su clan elders. Only the immortal lords, Tai immortals, and Xian immortal prodigies like Ji Xingyuan could recognize them. Greetings for old Su clan elders. Ji Xianling and the others bowed respectfully. The old Su clan elders. Shock flashed in the Sky Phoenix Empress' eyes, but it was soon followed by ecstasy. She didn't expect that the ancient city that appeared on Kunlun planet would bring her surprises again and again. Even the legendary old Su clan elders of the Tiandao clan had appeared. This meant that the things in the ancient city were extremely precious. Even if the Tiandao clan didn't give her a share, there would be other compensations. What a powerful aura! Ningqi narrowed his eyes and sized up the 4 old Su clan elders. When they first appeared, Ningqi's heart palpitated. He didn't even feel this way when he faced the immortal emperors who had lived for thousands of years. The only possibility was that they were ancient transformation cultivators. The system couldn't check the detailed attributes of the 4 old Su clan elders. It could only know their names. The Zhou clan elder's name was Zhou Zhangshen. The Su clan elder's name was Su Mu. The Ying clan elder's name was Immortaling. The Lu clan elder's name was Lu Tianhe. Immortaling was the only female among the 4 old Su clan elders. Ningqi also felt that her cultivation level might be the highest among the 4. The 4 old Su clan elders glanced at Ji Xianling and the others, then looked at the main hall. He's inside, Zhou Zhangshen said lightly. Of course. Immortal Ying pursed her lips. Shall we go in together? Wait. Su Mu shook his head and then looked at Ji Xianling and the other celestial emperors. What's inside? There must be something precious in this hall that could attract third-step cultivators from the ancient immortal clans. He had to figure it out. A Dao talisman. The Su clan's celestial emperor was the first to speak. Elder, there's a stone statue in the hall. It seems to have spirituality, and there's a Dao talisman in its hand. It's very likely that it was left behind by the leader of the ancient immortal clans, the Beixian Divine Emperor. Now, General Tian Peng wants to refine this Dao talisman for his own use. A Dao talisman left behind by the Beixian Divine Emperor. The 4 old Su clan elders were slightly shocked. However, they felt that Ji Xianling and the other celestial emperors' cultivation levels were too low and their judgment might not be right. However, no matter what, the Dao talisman in the hall was not simple. At the very least, it could attract an ancient third-step cultivator like General Tian Peng here. They originally thought that they were only here to suppress Tian Peng. They didn't expect to encounter such an opportunity. The 4 of them looked at each other and then walked into the hall with tacit understanding. You lowly ants, get out of here. In less than a breath's time, everyone outside the hall heard Tian Peng's angry roar. Demon, you escaped our seal and didn't find a hidden place to cultivate. Instead, you came out in public. Today, the 4 of us will join forces to suppress you. Chapter 2892. After the hall collapsed, everyone gasped. While Tian Peng was fighting against the stone statue, his other hand was fighting against Immortal Ying and the others. There was a pillar of energy between them. Ji Xianling and the other immortal emperors were shocked when they saw Tian Peng and the others fighting against the stone statue. If Tian Peng wasn't facing off against the stone statue and used all his strength to deal with the 4 ancient transformation progenitors, it was very likely that the 4 ancient transformation progenitors wouldn't be able to suppress Tian Peng even if they teamed up. Break! Tian Peng roared with a ferocious expression. The shadow of a giant demon appeared behind him. It looked like a pig demon with a green face and sharp fangs. The pig demon held a rake and swung it at the 4 ancient transformation ancestors. Monster, your primordial spirit has been destroyed. You're no longer as strong as before. Immortal Ling Ji let out a deep roar and attacked the silhouette of the boar beasts together with the other 4. A mystical force burst out from their bodies. Boom! With a loud explosion, a terrifying airwave swept in all directions. Many immortals on planet Kunlun didn't have time to react and were blown away by the airwave. Their faces turned pale and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Some with lower cultivation even fainted. Ji Xianling immediately protected Ning Qi and the rest of the Ji family. They withstood the aftermath of the battle between the 4 ancient transformation ancestors and Tian Peng. Even this monster's primordial spirit has been destroyed. His strength should be on par with us, but his combat strength is so strong. The 4 of us together might not be able to defeat him. We should send a message to Jiang Tianche and ask him to send a few more people. Immortal Ling and the others were knocked back dozens of zhang by Tian Peng's attack. Tian Peng didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he continued to fight against the stone statue, not letting it close its palm and absorbing the power of the Dao Talisman. I've already sent a message to see if we can delay this guy for a while. Zhou Zhengxin said with a solemn expression. Ji Xingyuan clenched his fists tightly as a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Even the 4 ancient transformations ancestors couldn't defeat him, yet he was so interested in this Dao Talisman. This indirectly proved how powerful this Dao Talisman was. It was so close to him, so close that he could even touch it, yet it was forcibly snatched away by someone else. He felt as if he had fallen from the clouds into the abyss. After that, Immortal Ling Ji and the others no longer engaged in close combat with Canopy. Instead, they harassed him from afar, delaying the rate at which he absorbed the talismans. The expression on Tian Peng's face alternated between calmness and hatred. He was constantly switching between good and evil. Even though he was being harassed by Immortal Ling and the others, the speed at which he absorbed the Dao Talismans was not slow at all. Soon, Tian Peng's body was covered in a faint golden glow. As soon as the layer of golden light appeared, even the attacks from Immortal Ling Ji and the others were unable to break through it. Meanwhile, the talisman in the statue's hand finally turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Canopy's forehead. Canopy slowly closed his eyes. One after another, mysterious great Tao began to appear on the layer of golden light covering him. Words. He has already started to inherit this Tao talisman. What a pity. Zhou Zhengxin sighed. Su Mu stared at Tian Peng. If he really inherits this Dao talisman and we don't suppress him today, it will be a catastrophe for our Tian Dao clan in the future if he manages to escape. That might not be the case. Isn't Jiang Tianche able to communicate with that person? If that person knows about the situation today, he will probably come here personally. No matter how strong this person is, he can only wait to be killed. Immortal Ing Ji harumphed coldly. I see. Ha ha ha. Tian Peng's eyes were still closed, but he kept laughing maniacally. Tian Peng, how did you turn into this? An exceedingly handsome young man in a black robe suddenly strode out from the sky, and when he saw Canopy, who was receiving the inheritance of the Dao Talisman, his expression changed slightly, and when he looked carefully, his face instantly revealed an expression of understanding. His soul core has been annihilated, and only a body remains. He is When Immortaling Ji and the others saw the black-robed man, their eyes flickered with astonishment. Another ancient transformation. Ji Xianling and the other immortal emperors looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The disciples of the heavenly Tao and the cultivators of Kunlun planet looked at the man in black with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They were secretly guessing the man's background. Tian Peng seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the man in black. When he saw the man's face clearly, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. King Qin Guangwang, you've also escaped? King Qin Guangwang? Immortaling Ji and the others stiffened. They felt as if a chill had traveled from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Beads of cold sweat gradually appeared on their foreheads. King Qin Guangwang, who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, was in existence several levels stronger than General Tian Peng in ancient times. They still had the courage to fight General Tian Peng, whose primordial spirit had been destroyed. However, when facing King Qin Guangwang, they could not wait to run back to the Heaven Tao Pavilion. They did not dare to fight him head-on. Ji Xianling and the other celestial emperors were indescribably shocked, and their expressions became extremely solemn. Now that 2 ancient immortals had appeared here, even with the 4 ancient ancestors present, the Tiandao clan was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Are you surprised that I've escaped? It seems that you've escaped earlier than me. Why didn't you come to find me? King Qin Guangwang looked at Tian Peng with a faint smile. Tian Peng's expression kept changing. Because you wouldn't have come to find me or anyone else. Because you're not Tian Peng. You're not the pig I know. King Qin Guangwang's voice gradually turned cold. A hint of anger appeared in Tian Peng's eyes. Nonsense. I'm General Tian Peng. Old Pig's primordial spirit has been destroyed, and he has long entered the infinite worlds of reincarnation. You're just using his body to cultivate. Although you're not a zombie, you're not Old Pig either. However, I'm very curious. Your aura is very similar to Old Pig's. It doesn't seem like an evil being from the outside world has entered Old Pig's body. You were once a part of Old Pig? King Qin Guangwang suddenly smiled. Whatever you say, you haven't recovered your strength yet, right? You're about the same as me. After I refine this Tao talisman, I'll be stronger than you. Then, you'll know if I'm Tian Peng or not. Tian Peng slowly closed his eyes. The golden light between his brows was even more dazzling than before. It seemed to be speeding up the process of refining. This Tao talisman seems to have been left behind by that person. If this evil being refines it, it'll be bad news for the ancient immortal clan. King Qin Guangwang's eyes flickered. In the next moment, he raised his hand and struck the golden light outside Tian Peng's body. However, he was unable to harm it at all. Chapter 2893. Bam! The golden palm landed on the golden light around Tian Peng's body. Not only did it shatter the golden light, but it also made Tian Peng spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, golden light constantly rolled back from between Tian Peng's eyebrows and surged toward the talisman in the palm of the stone statue. Tian Peng's face showed a look of shock and anger. He looked up to the sky, but saw that the sky was empty. He couldn't see the person who had just attacked. In just a few breaths' time, Tian Peng had spat out all the talismans he had absorbed. The stone statue closed its palm, and the next moment, the stone statue punched Tian Peng. Tian Peng spat out another mouthful of blood and flew backward like a cannonball, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Immortaling Ji and the others were shocked. Tian Peng, whom the 4 of them could not suppress even with their combined efforts, was sent flying by the stone statue? If the stone statue was really that powerful, why did it wait until now to attack? They thought of a possibility at the same time. The stone statue might have been possessed by the owner of the golden palm. I've told you, you shouldn't have come out. Zhou Zhengxin roared and turned to flee. Ying Jixian, Su Mu, and Lu Tianhe reacted and fled in 3 different directions. Even an idiot would know that the owner of the golden palm was a third-step supreme being. They had been hiding in the Heaven Dao Pavilion all these years to avoid being ambushed by those third-step ancient immortals. Kill. Everyone was shocked by the 4's sudden escape. However, before they could recover from their shock, the stone statue leaped up and caught up to Zhou Zhengxin at lightning speed. It landed a punch on Zhou Zhengxin's body. With a loud bang, the mighty ancient immortal sect patriarch turned into a mist of blood, just like that. Patriarch! The immortal emperor of the Zhou family stared at this scene in disbelief. The stone statue did not stop there. It appeared next to Su Mu again and punched him into a mist of blood, followed by Lu Tianhe. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 ancient immortal sect patriarchs were dead. Immortaling, Ji came to a halt with a ghastly pale face. In front of her stood a stone statue. You're a remnant of the ancient immortal clan. Even if you kill me today, Patriarch Jiang Tianshu will come to the immortal world personally, and you'll have nowhere to hide. Immortaling, Ji said with fear in her eyes. Bang! Another punch. Before immortal Zoisha Ying died, it let out a shrill wail that was filled with indignation, regret, and rage. This was the final cry of Patriarch Huagu. All the immortals present could not help but cover their ears as they looked at this scene in horror. Meng Dangkong, LV Yuan, Qian Shan, Ji Xianling. When the immortal emperors present saw this, they finally understood why Ancestor Huagu didn't dare to leave the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Before this, they couldn't help but think that these ancestors were worrying too much. The ancient immortal clan had long been destroyed. How could anyone pose a threat to them? But now they finally knew that the ancient ancestors' worries were not groundless. The first time they stepped out of the Heaven Dao Pavilion, they were killed by an unknown presence. Not even their divine souls were left behind. This meant that there was indeed a pair of eyes watching over the ancient ancestors. The whereabouts of the ancestor. After killing the 4 ancient ancestors, the stone statue finally stopped. However, none of the immortals present dared to act rashly. They all looked at the stone statue nervously. About 3 breaths later, the stone statue suddenly moved. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they saw the stone statue walking in a certain direction. That direction happened to be where Ji Xianling was. When Meng Dangkong and the other immortal emperors saw this, they were extremely shocked. Was the stone statue going to kill them all? Meng Dangkong, LV Yuan, Qian Shan, and the other immortal emperors felt a chill down their spines. The immortals who were standing in the path of the stone statue gathered their courage and ran to the side. When they saw that the stone statue was not paying attention to them, they heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, the stone statue arrived in front of Ji Xianling. All the disciples of the Ji family hid far away. There were only 3 people left beside Ji Xianling: Ning Qi, Ying Jinchuan, and Perfected Being Jiao. Perfected Being Jiao felt bitter. He also wanted to hide further away. But since Ning Qi did not move, he naturally did not dare to move. She's in danger, LV Yuan murmured to himself. With Immortal Ying and the other 3 as an example, Ji Xianling was already a dead person in their eyes. There was no way the stone statue would let Ji Xianling go. The most likely scenario was that after Ji Xianling died, they would follow in her footsteps. Even though they knew this, none of them dared to leave this place. If there were no accidents, whoever moved first would attract the stone statue's attack. Ji Xianling looked at Ning Qi with a complicated gaze. Then she looked at the stone statue. The vermilion bird's spirit circulated around her body, and the surrounding temperature was gradually rising. Even if she died, she did not intend to give up. The stone statue slowly raised its hand. Everyone's expression became even more nervous. Just when they thought the stone statue was going to kill Ji Xianling, its palm landed on Ning Qi's head. This scene instantly shocked everyone. They could not believe it. How could the stone statue's target be Ningqi? However, what shocked everyone even more was that the hand that landed on Ningqi's head was clearly the stone statue's hand that was holding the talisman. At this moment, the hand was not clenched into a fist. Instead, it was opened and pressed on Ningqi's head. Ningqi did not turn into ashes like Immortaling and the other three. Standing on the spot, wisps of golden light shot out from the gaps of the stone statue's palm. Seeing this, everyone reacted almost instantly. The stone statue did not intend to kill Ji Xianling. It did not intend to kill Ningqi either. Instead, it wanted Ningqi to inherit the talisman in his hand. What's going on? Why did the stone statue take the initiative to let this child inherit the talisman? Meng Dangkong and the other celestial emperors were greatly shocked. Is it because this child's providence is too strong? After the shock, LV Yuan somewhat reacted. In any case, as long as the stone statue did not kill anyone, it was considered good news. At least, their lives were likely to be saved. Why him? Ji Xingyuan looked at Ningqi with extreme jealousy. A trace of resentment flashed in the depths of his eyes. After seeing this scene, Ji Longyue and the other profound immortal prodigies of the Ji family understood in their hearts that they would be even less of a match for Ningqi in the future. Countless envious gazes landed on Ningqi. They wished that the stone statue's palm was placed on their heads. Ying Jinxuan looked at this scene with extreme surprise. Even those extremely powerful existences fought over the talisman. Now that it had landed on Ningqi, she was naturally happy for him. After a few breaths, one imprint after another appeared on Ningqi's body. First was the Jiang family, then the Ji family. Soon, the imprints of the 9 great families floated around Ningqi. However, the stone statue grabbed them one by one with each hand and crushed them on the spot. The aura of the Tiandao family on Ningqi's body also disappeared. Ji Xuanling's expression changed, and his eyes became extremely solemn. Chapter 2894. The golden light in the statue's hand grew more and more dazzling. Gradually, it and Ningqi began to float in midair. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to make a sound or interrupt him. The fate of Immortaling Ji and the others was still fresh in their minds. Even though Meng Dangkong and the other immortal emperors really did not want Ningqi to obtain the inheritance of this Tao talisman, they could only wait patiently and see what would happen next. If this talisman was really left behind by that person, then given his relationship with our Tiandao clan, this child can be considered to be that person's successor in the future. Otherwise, the stone statue wouldn't have purposely crushed the clan's brand on his body. Xianling, once this matter is over, I hope that you can consider things from the perspective of the clan. Meng Dangkong suddenly transmitted his voice. That's right. If it's a descendant of our heavenly Dao clan who obtains the inheritance, then it's fine. However, if this child inherits the will of that person, then he will definitely rebel against our heavenly Dao clan. Once the inheritance ends, we'll bring this child back to the clan and let the elders decide. Qian Shan nodded, agreeing with Meng Dongkong's opinion. Don't forget, if you have the chance, you will want to obtain the inheritance of this talisman more than anyone else. Then, will you all rebel against the heavenly Dao family? Even if the family's brand is broken, it can still be restored. Just based on this point, you want to push my disciple into opposing positions with the family? What a joke! Ji Xianling looked at Meng Dangkong mockingly. You can't forget that Meng Qi died in Bei Xian's hands, and you're always looking for a chance to take revenge? Now, do you still want to dig out that talisman for my disciple and plant it in your own sea of consciousness? Xianling, am I such a person? You've misunderstood me. Right now, you're confused because of your concern. Later on, we'll handle this matter. Don't interfere. Otherwise, you won't be a match for the 8 of us. Meng Dangkong shook his head righteously. Hearing this, Ji Xianling looked at Lu Yuan and the other celestial emperors. There was a complicated look in their eyes, as if they did not dare to look Ji Xianling in the eye. Ji Xianling snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. However, his gaze towards Ning Qi carried a trace of seriousness and contemplation. Time slowly passed. A few days later, the golden light in the stone statue's hand finally dimmed. Then, in front of everyone, the stone statue that had killed the 4 ancient transformation almighties suddenly shattered. Ning Qi also fell heavily to the ground, and the golden light between Ning Qi's eyebrows gradually faded. It shrank and finally disappeared into Ning Qi's glabella. The statue is broken? Meng Dangkong and the other celestial emperors immediately reacted and attacked Ning Qi. Since the stone statue was broken, it would no longer pose any threat to them. "How dare you?" Ji Xianling shouted in a low voice. In the next moment, a vermilion bird spirit that was burning with raging flames rushed out of her body and attacked the 8 people. "Xianling, are you really going to be so stubborn?" Meng Dangkong let out an angry roar. The 8 of them acted too quickly, so quickly that Ji Xingyuan and the other immortals only reacted after a while. Their eyes were filled with joy. From the fact that all 9 clan marks on Ning Qi's body were destroyed, they had already guessed that even if Ning Qi obtained the legacy of the Tao Talisman, he would not have an easy time in the future. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. Although Ning Qi was a disciple of the Ji family, in the Ji family he had no one to rely on other than Ji Xianling. It was even more impossible for him to keep such an opportunity. Unlike Ji Xingyuan and the others, although their cultivation levels were low, the blood of the elders flowed in their bodies. Boom! Ji Xianling spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled a few steps back, standing right next to Ning Qi. LV Yuan advised, "Xianling, we won't kill this kid. We're just bringing him back to the elders to decide. Don't stop us anymore." "Master, are you all right?" Ning Qi slowly stood up. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. This time, the stone statue had forcefully inserted the Tao Talisman into a sea of consciousness in front of Meng Dangkong and the others. It even crushed the mark that represented his identity as a disciple of the Tiandao family, giving Meng Dangkong and the others a reason to attack. The situation seemed to be a little troublesome. "You go first." Ji Xianling stared at Meng Dangkong and the others and said. Ning Qi glanced at Ji Xianling, then at Meng Dangkong and the others, and then at King Qingguang. Ahem! King Qingguang coughed softly. Meng Dangkong and the others immediately stiffened. That's right. Apart from Tianpeng, there was also an ancient immortal almighty here. How could they forget about this? "You!" King Qingguang spoke slowly, but just as he started, his expression changed drastically. He grabbed with his hand and disappeared on the spot with Ning Qi, Ying Jinchuan, and perfected being Jiao. This, Meng Dangkong and the others looked at each other. While they were shocked, they were also relieved. If King Qingguang wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be a match for him even if they joined forces. But why did he suddenly escape? It was as if he saw something terrifying. Ji Xingyuan and Ji Longyue were unwilling to accept the fact that King Qingguang had saved Ning Qi. Just a little bit more and Ning Qi would have been suppressed by Meng Dangkong and the other immortal emperors. Then they would have captured him and brought him back to the clan. There was a high chance that the elders would personally dig out the Tao Talisman. Then the elites of their clans would be able to receive the inheritance of this Tao Talisman. That was a great opportunity. But now this opportunity had slipped away. Haha. Ji Xianling chuckled. Are you satisfied now? Xianling. Lu Yuan's face was a little unsightly. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he shut his mouth. Unbeknownst to them, there were already dozens of old men standing in the void around them, looking down at them and sizing up their surroundings. They were the dozens of elders led by Jiang Tianche, including the 4 who had already died. All the elders of the Tiandao clan were here. The air seemed to have frozen. Both the cultivators of the Tiandao clan and the cultivators on Kunlun planet were shocked by the appearance of these dozens of old men. "Greetings, elders!" All the cultivators of the Tiandao clan, including Ji Xianling and the other immortal emperors, bowed to the dozens of elders. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. There was a reason for the 4 elders to appear, but all of them had gone from being holed up in seclusion to appearing here at the same time. What in the world had happened for them to be so fearless? Soon, they knew why Jiang Tianche and the others dared to leave the Heaven Dao Pavilion and come to Kunlun planet. A whirlpool appeared above the heads of the dozens of elders, and a pair of eyes appeared in the whirlpool. Those who were swept by the eyes felt their hair stand on end. "Greetings, Patriarch Sky Tree!" With Jiang Tianche in the lead, the elders bowed respectfully and said, Chapter 2895. This was the legendary 4th step Almighty, Patriarch Jiang Tianshu, who single-handedly founded the Heavenly Dao family and led the Heavenly Dao family to defeat the ancient immortals. Ji Xianling was extremely shocked. He did not expect that the incident today would attract this existence that they had never seen before. The talisman he left behind has already been taken away. The one who took him away is also an old acquaintance. However, I have no time to come here during this period of time. I will send one of my subordinates over to help you strengthen the other ancient immortal seals. Don't let me down. It has only been a short time, and you've already succeeded. 2 ancient immortals have escaped in such a short time. Capture them as soon as possible. His voice spread throughout the entire Kunlun planet. Even the cultivators from the nearby planets could vaguely hear it. Their faces were filled with shock. After saying that, the vortex disappeared with a whoosh. Jiang Tianche and the others looked at each other with ugly expressions. They did not know who Jiang Tianshu would send to the celestial world, but they were certain that the person would be a 3rd step cultivator. At that time, all the elders present would have to bow down to him. "Elders," LV Yuan hurriedly spoke. He was about to recount what happened just now. The death of Immortal Ing Ji and the others was a great loss to the Tiandao clan. There's no need to say anything else. We already know about what happened to Immortal Ing Ji and the others. The person who killed them probably didn't have it easy either. He won't show up for a while. Jiang Tianche waved his hand, then his gaze landed on Ji Xianling. "I heard that the little guy who inherited the Dao Talisman is your disciple?" Ji Xianling looked at the elders of the Ji clan and found that they looked calm. He could not tell whether they were happy or angry. He could only nod at Jiang Tianche. "Patriarch, Beixian is indeed my disciple. That person's Dao Talisman can't be inherited by just anyone. It's obvious that King Qingguang personally brought him away from this place. This kid must have a close relationship with the ancient immortal clan. From today onward, he's no longer a disciple of the Tiandao clan. Place his name at the top of the must-kill list and spread it to all realms. On the theory." As soon as Jiang Tianche finished speaking, his figure moved and disappeared on the spot. The elders of the other clans also left one after another. The last to leave were the elders of the Ji clan. When one of them left, he sent a voice transmission to Ji Xianling. "Xianling, I've secretly sized up that little guy. His luck is indeed very strong. If he's not related to the ancient immortal clan, then he's made a huge mistake. The few old fellows will also step forward to protect him. Unfortunately, if you personally meet him in the future, remember to capture him alive." With that, the Ji family's elders disappeared one by one. Must-kill list. The cultivators of Kunlun planet did not understand how terrifying this list was. However, the cultivators of the Heavenly Dao clan knew how terrifying the must-kill list was. The Heaven Dao Pavilion had not updated the must-kill roll for many years. Everyone who was on the must-kill roll was the public enemy of the celestial world. Ha ha ha. So what if this kid's luck is strong? Now that he's on the must-kill roll, there's nowhere for him to run. Ji Xingyuan's eyes were filled with joy. In this way, I can openly deal with this kid, right? Meng Dangkong smiled and looked at Ji Xianling. Ji Xianling snorted coldly and left Kunlun planet with the people of the Ji family. Pass down my order. Everyone is to stop what they're doing and search for that kid with all their might. Meng Dangkong snorted coldly. After giving the order, he left Kunlun planet with the people of the Meng family. As the ferry boats left one after another, there were no more disciples of the heavenly Dao clan on Kunlun planet. When the native cultivators of Kunlun planet saw this, they suppressed the shock in their hearts and frantically searched the ancient city. However, they could not find any benefits at all. Aside from a Dao talisman, there seemed to be nothing else valuable in this ancient city. Not long after Jiang Tianche placed Ning Qi's name at the top of the must-kill list, the Langya Immortal Domain also received the news. The news began to spread from the Langya Immortal Domain and would eventually spread to the entire celestial world. Traitor of the celestial race, remnant of the ancient celestial race, colluding with the demon race. I didn't expect Ning Beixian to be such a person. When the news spread throughout the world, many immortals were shocked, but they never doubted the authenticity of the news. After all, it was spread from the Langya Immortal Emperor. It was definitely not fake. Even the major sects on the ancestral planet received the news, especially within the Xianjian sect. After many Xianjian sect disciples learned about this, they were divided into two factions. One faction firmly believed that Ning Qi was not an ancient immortal and was not a traitor of the celestial race. The other faction felt that it was impossible for the Langya Immortal Emperor to frame Ning Qi and believed everything that was said in the news. However, because of the green-robed elder, even if there was a turbulent undercurrent in private, it could not affect the Missing Moon Peak. The disciples of the Missing Moon Peak were still the same as before, doing what they were supposed to do. This is one of the ghost realms of the celestial world. Fortunately, we left quickly, or we wouldn't have been able to escape. King Qingguang said with some lingering fear, if it weren't for the fact that he was extremely sensitive to Jiang Tianchu's aura, which allowed him to smell it from tens of thousands of miles away, he would have been suppressed again as soon as he broke free. Ning Qi looked around. They were brought to a planet by King Qingguang, but the spirit qi on this planet was very poor. There were cultivators' auras, but those cultivators were not even at the nascent soul stage. The strongest was only at the golden core stage. Venerable Jiao's eyes flickered. He scanned the planet with his divine while looking at King Qingguang in fear. You have obtained that person's Dao talisman inheritance, so the Tian Dao family will definitely kill you. Don't return to the celestial world for now. Wait until I find the last thing and rebuild the underworld. Then you can come back when you have the power to protect yourself. King Qingguang patted Ning Qi's shoulder and was about to leave. Ning Qi suddenly said, Senior, is the thing you are looking for the eternal fire? Oh, how did you know? King Qingguang looked at Ning Qi in surprise. I entered the underworld river divine palace before. Ning Qi smiled and said, Why didn't you say so earlier? Where is the eternal fire? King Qingguang hurriedly asked. It's with the Jiang family's celestial emperor, Jiangyu, Ning Qi said. All right, be careful and don't return to the celestial world for now. King Qingguang's figure disappeared on the spot after he finished speaking. Ning Qi's lips curled up. Jiangyu was targeted by an ancient almighty. His days would not be good, right? Thinking about this, Ning Qi smiled bitterly at Jinchuan. Jinchuan, I implicated you this time. The people of the Tian Dao family had already seen Jinchuan standing with him. Thus, Jinchuan naturally could not return to the celestial world for now. Otherwise, if the people of the Tian Dao family found out, they would definitely suppress her. Big brother, why would I implicate you? Jinchuan smiled and shook her head. Master, what should we do now? Venerable Jiao looked at Ning Qi carefully. Chapter 2896. What should I do now? Naturally, he needed to find a place to refine the Tao talisman in seclusion. After the stone statue forced it into Ning Qi's sea of consciousness, the Tao talisman became very quiet. At first, when Ning Qi and the others had just arrived at the main hall, they seemed to have already been receiving the Tao talisman's inheritance. However, the appearance of the canopy later interrupted their inheritance. Following that, the subsequent events caused the current Tao talisman to be unable to enter the state of inheritance like in the beginning, even though Ning Qi had obtained it. Ning Qi suspected that he had to take the initiative to refine this Tao talisman, just like what Tian Peng did before. Thinking of this, Ning Qi thought of the golden palm print from before. Who was the owner of this palm print? To be able to shatter the golden light around the canopy, something that even Huagu ancestor couldn't do, it had to be a third step almighty. The stone statue's subsequent actions were most likely behind the golden palm print. Under the master's control, relying on a medium, he could easily kill 4 ancient transformation cultivators. Only a third step cultivator could do that. As for the camp of this third step cultivator, it was almost certain that he was on the side of the ancient immortal clan. However, Ning Qi had no clue as to why the other party didn't personally appear and which member of the ancient immortal clan he was. Before this, he had thought that all the almighties of the ancient immortal clan would be present. He should have been suppressed. When Daoist Jiao saw that Ning Qi seemed to be pondering, he did not rush him and calmly waited. Suddenly, a strange flying ship flew from the starry sky to a place dozens of miles away from the three of them. What kind of immortal boat is this? Sage Jiao frowned. He was a bit surprised. He had seen all kinds of ferry boats, but he had never seen one like the one in front of him. It didn't seem to have any aura of spirit qi, and there were no patterns on the outside of the ferry boat. Big brother, isn't this? Ying Jinchuan stared at Ning Qi with her mouth agape. That was because that spaceship was extremely similar to Nuwa. The only difference was that Nuwa had the aura of spiritual qi on it, while this spaceship did not. A rank battle fort? Ning Qi also saw the spaceship and said subconsciously. However, he soon realized that the size of this battle fortress was several times smaller than the Nuwa. At the same time, it seemed that there were only 18 cannons on it. Immediately, Ning Qi checked the battle fortress's attributes. Quinton Great World. Produced by the Ghost Dragon Company of the Atlantis Empire. C-grade battle fortress. As expected, Ning Qi remembered it clearly. Back when he had obtained Nuwa through the lottery, it had been called an A-class battle fortress. After Ning Qi had refined it, it had been renamed Nuwa. At that time, Nuwa's information also showed that it came from the Quinton Great World, a place where cultivators and technology coexisted. In their eyes, cultivators were demons. This is the Quinton world. Ning Qi was somewhat surprised. Qin Guang Wang's methods were indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had brought them to such a distant place. In the immortal realm, Ning Qi had never heard of a world where technology and cultivators coexisted. This was enough to show that the ghost realm was very, very far away from the core of the immortal realm. It was so far that even a primordial immortal or an immortal duke might not be able to fly there without a teleportation portal. Back then, Nuwa was an A-class battle fortress that could kill Dharma Manifestation Realm cultivators. This C-class battle fortress should be much weaker than Nuwa. Thinking of this, Ning Qi noticed that the other party had already made a move. The 18 cannons on the C-grade battle fort began to emit blue light. It seemed like it was preparing to fire, and its target was Ning Qi and the other two. How dare you? Venerable Jiao snorted coldly. Just as he was about to make a move, Ning Qi waved his hand to stop him. Let's see how it goes. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Oh, this is... Venerable Jiao was startled, then he nodded. He could also sense the other party's aura. Although it was strange, it could not hurt them. Even if it was a human immortal, it would be much stronger than this strange ship. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the 18 cannons suddenly shot out 18 blue light balls, which appeared in front of Ning Chi and the other two. Ning Chi slightly moved his mind, and the 18 blue light balls were locked in midair, unable to advance any further. In the next instant, the 18 blue light balls flew back at a speed faster than they had come. With a loud bang, they bombarded the C-grade battle fort. After the C-grade battle fort took the hit, its circuit seemed to be slightly damaged. Its surface was pitch black and it emitted a sizzling sound. Occasionally, blue lightning would flash. The cabin door below it suddenly opened, and steel warriors flew out one after another. These steel warriors were around 3 meters tall, but when they came out, they began to transform in front of Ning Chi and the other two. The armor on their bodies continuously rolled and folded, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into Gundams. They were giant steel warriors that emitted a metallic aura. There were a total of 9 such steel warriors. Some were holding laser cannons, while others were holding swords. No matter what kind of weapons they were all filled with advanced technology. However, Ning Chi felt that the strongest of them was only equivalent to a golden core cultivator. In Ning Chi's eyes, they were no different from ants. Jinchuan, keep them alive. Ning Chi smiled. Okay. The corner of Ing Jinchuan's mouth curled up slightly. She directly reached towards the 9 steel warriors. The surging immortal Qi instantly turned the seemingly strong steel warriors into scrap metal. Only their heads remained intact. Ing Jinchuan's divine will had already sensed that there were living people inside. The people inside the C-grade battle fort did not expect the 9 steel warriors to be defeated in an instant. Without hesitation, they flew into the air and tried to escape. Seeing this, Ing Jinchuan grabbed towards it again, and then smashed it towards the ground. Boom! The C-grade battle fort landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang, and at the same time, a cloud of smoke rose tens of meters high. We surrender! We surrender! More than a dozen armored fellows ran out from the smoke. They were similar to the 9 steel warriors from before, but they did not have armor on their heads. They looked to have yellow skin, black skin, and white skin. There were all kinds of races. At this moment, they all had the same expression on their faces. That was the steel warriors' fear and shock. We surrender too. A door suddenly opened on the faces of the 9 headless heads, and 9 battered and exhausted fellows walked out from inside. Mortals? Their bodies are slightly stronger than ordinary mortals, but they don't have any traces of cultivation. How strange! After seeing this group of people, Daoist Jiao's eyes flashed with surprise. They were only mortals, but they were able to control such a huge creature with power comparable to a golden core cultivator? Chapter 2897. Demon, we've already surrendered. After a while, someone will use your captives to exchange for us. Don't even think about spying on us. An existence with short green hair who seemed to be the leader looked up at Ning Chi and the other two and said in a tough manner. It seemed that he had nothing to fear. Who told you that I'm going to exchange captives? Since you've already surrendered, if you want to kill me or cut me up, it must depend on my mood. Ning Chi laughed. Oh, aye. The 20-odd fellows from the Quinton Great world were somewhat dumbfounded. Did the other party mean that they would not accept any captives? Are they going to kill the captives? Are you going to violate our agreement? It is clearly stated in the agreement that no matter which side, as long as they are willing to surrender, they must be treated according to the corresponding standards of the captives. They are not allowed to torture or kill the captives. Green-haired tortoise, I've never heard of your agreement, and I don't intend to abide by it. So I'll ask and you answer. If you don't answer, I'll send you on your way. Ning Chi smiled. You've never heard of the war agreement? You demons are really despicable and shameless. The war has lasted for so many years. How could you not have heard of the agreement? The green-furred tortoise was furious. Just then, Dozens of figures broke through the air, but they were not wearing armor, and their clothes were almost the same as Ning Qi and the other two. The leader was a woman in white, exuding the aura of the gold core stage. The rest of the people were much weaker than the woman in white, and the strongest was only at the foundation establishment stage. Period. See Grade Battle Fort? The white-robed woman's gaze swept across Ning Qi and the rest before landing on the fortress that Ing Jinchuan had destroyed. She was a little shocked. The foundation establishment stage cultivators who came with her looked at Ning Qi's group of 3 in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the 3 of them could destroy a C-grade battle fort. Who are these 3? I don't think I've seen him before. He's not a martial artist from planet Shenwu, right? In every sea-level fortress, there were dozens of sea-level steel generals equivalent to seniors in the core formation stage. They have all been destroyed? Everyone whispered to each other, and there was a trace of shock and doubt in their voices. I am Yun Xiaoxiao, the leader of the Divine Martial Nebula Rising School. May I know your names? Yun Xiaoxiao cupped her hands towards Ning Qi and the other 2. Cloud Rising Sect? Ning Qi sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected to hear those 3 words again in the distant ghost domain, although the Cloud Rise sect here had nothing to do with the Cloud Rise sect that Ning Qi had come from. Ning Qi still felt that it was quite a coincidence. I am Wu Yin. Ning Qi smiled. Venerable Jiao didn't want to reply to Yun Xiaoxiao, but when Ning Qi spoke, he could only reply indifferently. Azure Dragon. Ing Zhen. Ing Jinchuan said. All 3 of them used aliases. This C-grade battle fort was destroyed by the 3 of you? Yun Xiaoxiao asked. I think so. Ning Qi smiled. The 3 of you must be from the outside world. Thank you for helping us and destroying this C-ranked battle fort. If it wasn't for you, who knows how many more people would have been captured by them. Yun Xiaoxiao bowed solemnly. The dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators she brought along also hurriedly saluted Ning Qi and the other 2. Demon, are you done yet? We have surrendered. We are captives. At the same time, I am also the captain of this C-class battle fort. Please settle us down according to our conditions and wait for the captive exchange. The green-haired tortoise spoke again. This. Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with hesitation. After a while, she looked at Ning Qi and the other 2 embarrassedly. The 3 of you, could you let us have these captives? We are willing to exchange them for something of equal value. Many disciples of the Cloud Rising sect were captured by these demons. If we go, we can only exchange them for captives. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He understood that the green-haired tortoise wasn't bluffing. Both sides had been fighting for many years, and there was a complete set of rules for exchanging captives. I can give them to you, but I want something from you. Ning Qi smiled. Yun Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned. Ing Jinchuan and Venerable Jiao looked at each other. They were slightly confused. Mr. Wu, please speak. As long as you can give these captives to the Cloud Rising sect, you can take whatever I have. Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with joy. As long as they were willing to exchange captives, it would be great. Captives like the captain of a battle fort were extremely difficult to capture. The quality of these captives was high enough to exchange for all the disciples of the Cloud Rising sect that had been captured over the years. I like this pendant a lot. Ning Qi pointed at Yun Xiaoxiao's chest. In reality, it was completely covered by her clothes. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to see the pendant. After hearing Ning Qi's words, not only Yun Xiaoxiao, but the dozens of Foundation establishment realm cultivators that she had brought with her were also somewhat angry. They thought that Ning Qi had used his divine will to check on Yun Xiaoxiao without her noticing. Ing Jinchuan had a strange expression. She wondered if Ning Qi was going to find another sister-in-law for her. Yun Xiaoxiao's face turned red. She looked at Ning Qi with a gaze that was no longer as kind as before. There seemed to be a trace of anger in her eyes. Mr. Wu, That's something that my mother left behind. How about we exchange it for something else?" Yun Xiao lowered her voice and said, "Forget it. I only want that pendant." Ning Qi shook his head and said to Jinxuan, "Sister, we can kill these captives." "How dare you?" The green-haired tortoise was shocked. "Wait," Yun Xiao shouted. Then, with a sullen expression, she pulled out a pendant from her neck. It was a blue plate that was 3 fingers long and wide. There seemed to be a few small words carved on it. When Ning Qi took it, there was still a trace of warmth on it. When the Foundation establishment cultivators that Yun Xiao brought saw this, they looked at Ning Qi with unfriendly gazes. They knew that this blue token was what their sect master valued the most. Although it wasn't a magic treasure, nor was it a spiritual material, it contained the sect master's longing for his mother. They suspected that Ning Qi had done it on purpose to tease their sect master. Naturally, their impression of Ning Qi was greatly reduced. Venerable Jiao and Jinxuan also looked at the blue plate with a strange expression. "I've given it to you. I'll take the captives with me." Yun Xiao snorted. She extended her hand and grabbed the dozens of captives. Then, she turned around and left with her subordinates. It really is that. Chapter 2898. Ever since he had seen the essence of the sacred mountain and learned about the spirit of the secret land, Ning Qi sometimes suspected that the legend said that the monkey was born from a rock. It was very likely that the monkey itself was some kind of spirit of the secret land. That rock was similar to the sacred mountain in his sea of consciousness at the moment. It was just a spirit of a secret realm born from the sacred mountain. It wasn't as strong as the monkey, so it was suppressed by the silver dragon, which benefited Ning Qi. "Big brother." Jinxuan saw Ning Qi staring at the blue jade pendant in a daze. Ning Qi put the blue jade pendant back into his sea of knowledge and shouted at Yun Xiao, "Lady Yun, please wait." "Mr. Wu, is there anything else?" Yun Xiao paused and turned around to look at Ning Qi. "I wonder if Lady Yin has more of these blue jade pendants? I'm willing to pay a high price to buy them." Ning Qi smiled. "This is something left behind by my deceased mother. There's only one of it." Yun Xiao snorted and turned around to leave. At the same time, a trace of doubt arose in her heart. Could it be that this ordinary-looking blue pendant had some sort of secret? "I can give you as many captives as you want, as long as you tell me the origin of this blue jade pendant." Ning Qi's voice rang out from behind Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators she had brought with her were shocked. A trace of suspicion arose in their hearts. Could it be that this guy wasn't trying to tease their sect leader, but that the blue jade medallion was actually something valuable? Yun Xiao turned around and looked at Ning Qi with a frown. "I've been wearing this jade token that my mother left me for many years. It's just a very ordinary stone carved out of it. It doesn't even have very good knife skills. I wonder what young Master Wu sees in it. Can you explain it to me?" "Lady Yin, the raw material of the blue jade pendant is useful to me, but it's useless to others. It's not worth a single cent judging from your expression. You should know where it came from, right?" Ning Qi said with a smile. Taoist Jiao subconsciously nodded his head. He had already checked the jade pendant, and it was indeed a very ordinary stone. There was no hidden information on it, and it wasn't a material for refining. This was enough to show that Ning Qi wasn't lying to him, but he knew very well that Ning Qi knew more secrets of the immortal world than a primordial immortal like him. If Ning Qi wanted to ask for something, then there must be some deeper secrets hidden in it. However, Ning Qi was the only one present who knew about the secret. A hint of hesitation flashed through Yun Xiao's eyes. She glanced at the sky and said to Ning Qi, "Young Master Wu, why don't you come to my Cloud Rise sect as a guest?" "All right." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. On the way, Yun Xiaoxiao learned that Ning Qi and the others came from another planet, so she briefly explained the situation on Shimu planet. What surprised Ning Qi trio was that Yun Xiaoxiao's actual age was less than 40 years old. It was very common in the immortal world to reach the golden core stage before the age of 40. But how could Shinwu planet compare to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the immortal world? Even Venerable Jiao himself did not dare to say that he could reach Yun Xiaoxiao's current stage in less than 40 years. What surprised the trio even more was that there were many people like Yun Xiaoxiao who had reached the golden core stage in just a few decades. Some of the less talented ones were less than 100 years old, and at such a stage, their lifespan could only reach 300 years. In other words, although Yun Xiaoxiao was a golden core cultivator, his lifespan limit was only 300 years. If he lived to 300 years and did not break through, he would die of old age. At the same time, there were no cultivation stages like foundation, establishment, and golden core on Shimu planet. Instead, there were the human martial realm, earth martial realm, sky martial realm, and divine martial realm. Yun Xiaoxiao was at the sky martial realm, and the group of foundation establishment cultivators he had brought with him were at the earth martial realm. From this, it could be inferred that Qi refinement cultivators were at the human martial realm. There were 4 small stages, early, middle, and late. As for the divine martial realm, it had not appeared for many years. Venerable Jiao, why do you think the cultivators here have such a short lifespan? Ning Qi asked. Venerable Jiao was confused. Perhaps it's because the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth is poor. Ning Qi shook his head. I have been to the ghost realm before. The spiritual Qi of heaven and earth there is even poorer than here, but the lifespan of the people there is extremely long. It is not a problem for golden core cultivators to live for tens of thousands of years. Why is there only 300? Moreover, don't you think that the cultivation speed of the cultivators here is extremely fast? Is it extremely fast? Ning Qi was naturally referring to the central continent. Perhaps it's because of the law of the heavens, Venerable Jiao thought about it. Apart from this reason, there did not seem to be any other reason. Everyone, we have arrived at the cloud-rising sect. Yun Xiaoxiao's body trembled slightly. Ning Qi and the other 2 looked over and saw a huge steel city not far away. It was steel. The entire city wall exuded a metallic luster. It wasn't built with stones, but rather with molten steel. It was a seamless whole. Apart from that, high-rise buildings could be seen everywhere in the huge city. It was filled with the aura of modern technology, almost giving Ning Qi the illusion that he had returned to Earth. Moreover, with just a glance, Ning Qi discovered that the technology in this huge city might be much more advanced than that on Earth. Ying Jinxuan and Reverend Jiao had never seen such a huge city before, so they were shocked. Seeing their expressions, Yun Xiaoxiao smiled. The extraterrestrial demon wants to learn from us, and we are also learning from the extraterrestrial demon. Such a huge city is built according to the technology left by the extraterrestrial demon. You should have heard of technology, right? Could it be that the planet the 3 of you were on haven't had any deep contact with the extraterrestrial devil yet? The flames of war haven't spread there yet? The place we stayed before is very far from here. Ying Jinxuan said lightly. Yun Xiaoxiao glanced at Ying Jinxuan and smiled. Let's go. This huge steel city was called the Cloud Rising City. Ning Qi discovered that there were a lot of ordinary people in the city. There were at least 100 million people in such a city. There were many high-tech vehicles on the streets, and the LCD screens on the buildings were also very advanced. The resolution was very high, and even the pores could be seen clearly if one looked closely. Venerable Jiao and Ying Jinxuan were a little curious, so they used their divine wills to scan the city. Chapter 2899. I'm afraid this is a planet where everyone cultivates. Ning Qi thought to himself. If Cloud Rising City was compared to the central continent, the number of low-level cultivators in Cloud Rising City was actually higher than that of any other large city in the central continent. Cloud Rising City alone had more than 100 million low-level cultivators. Not long after, they arrived at the tallest building in Cloud Rising City. This building had more than 400 floors. Apart from that, the auras of the cultivators inside the building were much stronger than those outside. The elites of Cloud Rising City were probably all gathered in this building. After everyone landed on the roof, Yun Xiaoxiao's subordinates took the green-furred tortoise and the other captives away. Yun Xiaoxiao personally led Ning Qi and the other two into an elevator. Finally, they stopped at the 388th floor. While they were in the elevator, Ning Qi felt the aura of a seal on the upper 10 floors. Ning Qi's mind easily broke through the seal and saw what was inside. To Ning Qi, these were all cultivation resources that were worthless. At the same time, there were a few floors where many people, like the green-furred tortoise, were imprisoned. Captives. Sect Master. After exiting the elevator, they met many cultivators from the Cloud Rising sect along the way. They were in a modern building, but they were dressed in the same old-fashioned clothes as Ning Qi and the others. This made Ning Qi a little uncomfortable. The cultivators from the Cloud Rise sect seemed to be in a hurry, seemingly very busy. After greeting Yun Xiaoxiao, they cast curious glances at Ning Qi's group of 3, then walked past them to do what they had to do. Yun Xiaoxiao sat behind an office table in a huge office. Then a woman who looked like a secretary came in and served tea to Ning Qi and the others. The secretary seemed very curious. After serving tea, she didn't leave. When Yun Xiaoxiao glanced at her, she stuck out her tongue and walked out of the door. Miss Yun, how does the style of the buildings here resemble that of the heavenly demons? Ning Qi looked around. If Yun Xiaoxiao had changed into a new set of clothes and changed her career, she would have the image of a domineering female CEO. It's about 70% to 80% similar. Although the heavenly demon doesn't know how to cultivate, it's extremely good at making use of external objects. Yun Xiaoxiao said. Venerable Jiao curled his lips. He felt that these buildings were strange. Young Master Wu, let's get straight to the point. What is the use of the relic my mother left behind? Yun Xiaoxiao's expression turned grave as she looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. With a thought, he took out the blue jade token and the immortal demon stones he had collected from his sea of knowledge. They floated in front of him. This is... Yun Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She looked at the immortal demon stones that looked like pebbles, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Because these stones, apart from the shape, were exactly the same as the relics left behind by her mother. Miss Yun is extraordinary. Let's compare. Ning Qi waved his hand lightly, and the immortal demon stone landed on Yun Xiaoxiao's table. Yun Xiaoxiao carefully looked at it and compared it. After a while, Ning Qi smiled and said, How about it? Is the material of these pebbles the same as Miss Yun's? They are indeed the same. Yun Xiaoxiao nodded her head solemnly. Her bad impression of Ning Qi immediately changed. At first, she had thought that Ning Qi was an impetuous young master. Now, it seemed that he had indeed taken a fancy to the relics left behind by her mother. However, how could such an ordinary object be used by a C-class war that could destroy the fortress's expert's eye? Honestly speaking, even I don't know if these stones are useful to me. To you, Miss Yin, or anyone else, they are even more useless. Now, can Miss Yin tell me where you obtained this blue jade tablet that your mother left behind? Ning Qi smiled. When I was very young, my mother once brought me back to her family. I vaguely remember that there was a blue fake mountain in a courtyard. The material seemed to be the same as this one. Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. A fake mountain? Ning Qi was slightly shocked. He had originally thought that he could find a few immortal demon stones of similar size. He had not expected that he could find an immortal demon stone as big as a fake mountain. As such, the hope of reviving the monkey was getting higher and higher. "May I know where your mother's family is?" Ning Chi smiled faintly. "Young Master Wu, why don't we talk about exchanging the stones for captives? If such a small piece can be exchanged for dozens of captives, how many can an entire fake mountain be exchanged for?" Yun Xiaoxiao's lips curled up slightly as she looked at Ning Chi with a faint smile. At the same time, her finger tapped on the blue jade token left behind by her mother. Bang! The door suddenly opened. A handsome young man in a black suit walked straight in. The secretary from before followed, closely behind. She said to Yun Xiaoxiao helplessly, "Sect leader, I've already told young Master Lu that the sect leader is receiving guests. But young Master Lu, I understand. You may leave." Yun Xiaoxiao nodded indifferently. The secretary heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Yun Xiaoxiao did not blame her, she did not dare to stay any longer. She quickly turned around and left. "Lu Wenhao, what are you doing here? Can't you see that I'm receiving guests?" Yun Xiaoxiao looked at the handsome young man with a frown. Lu Wenhao smiled at Yun Xiaoxiao and said, "I heard from your subordinates that someone exchanged dozens of extraterrestrial demons for the relics your mother left for you. I'm here to help you get it back. Not long ago, I personally destroyed a C-grade battle fort and captured more than 40 of them. It's a prisoner." After saying that, his gaze landed on Ning Chi. He did not even look at Daoist Jiao and Ing Jinshuan. He said bluntly, "How many captives did you give to Xiao Xiao? I'll add one more. Xiao Xiao's mother's belongings have nothing to do with you anymore." Clearly, the dozens of Earth Martial Arts realm cultivators that Yun Xiaoxiao had brought out must have been tipped off by someone. Otherwise, how would Lu Wenhao know that it was Ning Chi, not Ing Jinshuan or perfected Jiao who had exchanged the blue jade pendant? "You are." Ning Chi smiled. "Tyrant martial sex, Lu Wenhao." Lu Wenhao smiled. "Oh." Ning Chi nodded and smiled. "I've already made the deal with Miss Yin and handed the captives over to her. Now that item is mine. No matter how many captives you give me, I won't exchange it. I still have some things to discuss with Miss Yun. Could you please leave first? Lu Wenhao, please leave first." Chapter 2900. "Xiao Xiao, that jade pendant is the only thing your mother left for you. Your uncle and aunt won't allow you to return to your family. Only that jade pendant can accompany you. It's very important to you, but it's also very important to me." Lu Wenhao looked at Yun Xiaoxiao and said seriously. Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness when she heard this. If it wasn't for the hundreds of disciples of the Cloud Rising sect, she wouldn't have used this jade token to exchange with Ning Chi for the captives of the foreign demons. So name your price. You don't look familiar, so you shouldn't be a martialist from planet Shenwu. Otherwise, you should know that the Tyrant Martial Sect has the ability to keep you here. Lu Wenhao looked at Ning Chi indifferently. "Master, this guy is very noisy. Do you want me to throw him out?" Sage Jiao asked lazily. "You." Lu Wenhao laughed and looked coldly at Sage Jiao. At the same time, the aura of a perfected golden celestial rose from his body. Completion of the golden immortal realm was equivalent to the completion of the sky martial arts realm. On this planet, which didn't have any experts in the divine martial arts realm, he could indeed do whatever he wanted. No wonder he had been so arrogant from the very beginning. "Throw him out." Ning Chi said indifferently. "What are you talking about?" Lu Wenhao wanted to mock him, but he suddenly felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the wilderness. Ning Chi and Yun Xiaoxiao were nowhere to be seen. "What's going on?" Fear rose in Lu Wenhao's eyes. He looked in the direction of Rising Cloud City in disbelief. The huge Rising Cloud City was only a small black dot in his eyes. This meant that he had been thrown thousands of miles away in an instant. Is that Baldy a divine martial realm cultivator? Why would a divine martial realm cultivator come to planet Shinwu? Lu Wenhao looked at Rising Cloud City with lingering fear. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, then turned around and left. He didn't want to go to Rising Cloud City and make things difficult for himself. Where's Lu Wenhao? Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Sage Xiao dumbfounded. She didn't even see what he had done before Lu Wenhao disappeared. What kind of technique was that? I threw him out, but don't worry, I didn't kill him. Venerable Jiao chuckled. He could tell that Ning Qi intended to make a deal with Yun Xiaoxiao, and since Lu Wenhao was acquainted with Yun Xiaoxiao, he temporarily spared Ning Qi's life. Otherwise, with Lu Wenhao's temperament, he wouldn't just toss Ning Qi away, but rather swallow him whole. All right, Yun Xiaoxiao murmured to herself. When she looked at Ning Qi and the other two again, her gaze had become very different. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Are the three of you experts of the divine martial realm?" God martial arts realm? Sort of. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. No wonder you destroyed the C-grade battle fort as soon as we heard about it. Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Then a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. If the Shenwu Star really had 3 more divine martial realm powerhouses, it would be great news for the Shenwu Star. Thinking of this, Yun Xiaoxiao subconsciously stood up, no longer daring to casually sit on the chair. I heard from Lu Wenhao that you can't go back to your family now. Ning Qi smiled. A trace of loneliness flashed in Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes. She nodded. Indeed, I can't go back. Pausing, she looked up at Ning Qi. But as long as the 3 of you come with me, the family should let us in. Sure, if the material of that fake mountain is the same as these stones, how many captives do you plan to take? I'll have someone catch them for you. Ning Qi smiled. This, Yun Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said with some embarrassment, Senior, a jade pendant can be exchanged for dozens of captives. With a fake mountain this big, I'm afraid it can be exchanged for 100,000. My Cloud Rising sect can't keep so many captives. Also, if the Heavenly Demon knows about this, I'm afraid they will attack the Shenwu Star with full force. Then you mean? Ning Qi smiled. Since the 3 of you are experts of the divine martial realm, then I hope you can agree to a small request of mine. Please rest assured, this request will not be too much. It is definitely within the scope of your ability. I can take you to the family now. Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Ning Qi expectantly. If she could really use a fake mountain to exchange for the help of 3 experts of the divine martial realm, even if the fake mountain was a good material for refining weapons, it would be very worth it. As long as it is not too much, I promise to help you once. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Deal. Yun Xiaoxiao was a little happy. Then shall we go now? No hurry, I need to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. We'll go after I come out. Ning Qi shook his head. This time, the stone statue sent the talisman into his sea of consciousness. But Ning Qi did not enter the boundless darkness like before, nor did the golden characters appear. It was as if he did not accept the inheritance at all. This might have something to do with the canopy. He had interrupted it once, so Ning Qi wanted to refine the talisman. He had to complete the advancement task and break through to the primordial unity realm, so that his ability to protect himself would be greatly improved. When Yun Xiaoxiao heard that Ning Qi was planning to go into seclusion, she immediately led Ning Qi and the other 2 into the elevator. The great Xia dynasty, which was more than 400 floors tall, was not as small as it looked on the surface. Although it looked much smaller than those sects built on the mountain ranges, it was fully equipped with all the necessary facilities and secret rooms for seclusion. After Ning Qi entered the secret room, Yun Xiaoxiao looked at Venerable Jiao and Ing Jinchuan and said with a smile, Are the 2 of you going to cultivate in seclusion? No, I want to understand more about the situation here. Ing Jinchuan smiled. Yes, me too. Venerable Jiao nodded. No matter what, they were currently on the run. Since they wanted to avoid being killed by the Tiandao family, they naturally had to understand the real situation in the ghost region. For example, how strong was the Kuanting realm? How could it be so strong that it could fight against cultivators with its mortal body? After so many years after Ningqi entered the secret room, he carefully looked around. Since the cloud rising city had merged with the technology of the Kuanting realm, there might be cameras in the secret room. After a while, Ningqi nodded with satisfaction. He did not find any pinholes. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from the secret room. At the top cultivation training ground. Chapter 2901. Has the inheritance begun? Ningqi looked at the golden characters of the great path around him, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Before he could take a closer look, the characters of the Grand Tao that revolved ceaselessly suddenly fused together one by one, and they changed ceaselessly until only a single character remained. Ningqi could not recognize the word, but he felt that it was similar to the word God that he was familiar with. Boom! The surrounding boundless void seemed to be constantly collapsing, letting out a series of rumbling sounds. In the next moment, this character of the Great Path directly rushed towards Ningqi. Ningqi only felt his vision go black, and then he knew nothing else. Time passed in the outside world like flowing water. It had been more than 10 years since Ningqi had entered seclusion. To Zhenxian and Reverend Jiao, 10 years was a very short period of time. Even human immortals could enter seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years at a time. However, to Yun Xiaoxiao, seclusion for more than a decade had exceeded her expectations. As a Sky Martial Realm expert, her total lifespan was only 300 years. Ningqi's seclusion for 10 years was equivalent to 1/30th of her lifespan. This was a luxury for any martialist on the Shenwu planet. Seclusion for such a long time was only possible when breaking through a bottleneck. Normally, it would take at most 3 to 5 years. During these 10 years, Yun Xiaoxiao had exchanged the dozens of captives with the Kuanting realm for more than 100 disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. However, the Kuanting realm would occasionally send C-grade battle fortresses over during these 10 years. The Cloud Rising sect had just exchanged for over 100 captives, but they had also captured over 200 of them. This gave Yun Xiaoxiao a headache. She realized that the Kuanting realm had been acting more frequently during these 10 years. A lot. Sect Master, this is bad. While Yun Xiaoxiao was dealing with her work, her secretary ran in and shouted at Yun Xiaoxiao with a panicked look on her face. Dong, why are you so flustered? Yun Xiaoxiao frowned. Dong's eyes were full of anxiety. There's news from the observatory that a team of extraterrestrial demons is approaching the Shenwu planet. Team? Yun Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned. In the Quinton Great World, planet Shenwu was just a remote planet. Apart from the occasional battle bastions that would come to harass the planet, any existence that could be called a team would basically head to a stronger planet to fight. It's really a team? A fleet of battle fortresses? Yun Xiaoxiao's expression turned solemn. Not bad. Donger quickly nodded. According to the information from the observatory, this team is likely to be led by a B-class battle fortress. Other than that, there are also hundreds of C-grade battle fortresses. Kacha! Yun Xiaoxiao subconsciously crushed the cup in her hand, and the water spilled all over the table. B-grade battle fort. Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with disbelief. Why would a B-grade battle fort come to planet Shenwu? Our Shenwu planet's resources can't possibly attract their interest. Dong couldn't answer this question, and could only look at Yun Xiaoxiao anxiously. Even a warrior of the God martial arts realm would find it difficult to destroy a B-class battle fortress. Not to mention that there might be more than a dozen B-class steel generals that were as powerful as warriors of the God martial arts realm. At the same time, there were also 100 C-grade battle fortresses. This kind of strength was enough to sweep through a few hundred planets like Shenwu. Are the two seniors in Yunqi City? Yun Xiaoxiao immediately asked. They should be, Donger quickly said. You go. Never mind, I'll go find them myself. Yun Xiaoxiao got up and quickly walked out of the door. Fortresses filled with the aura of steel appeared one after another. On the leading battle fortress, there were 36 pitch-black cannons, as if ready to fire at any time. Behind this battle fortress were more than 100 C-grade battle fortresses that were relatively smaller in size. There was a small town very close to the Shenwu planet with a population of hundreds of thousands. When these fortresses appeared one after another, the warriors in the town were all horrified and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Why are there so many demons from outer space coming to planet Shenwu? A warrior of the Earth martial arts realm said in disbelief, Maybe they're just passing by. Another warrior next to him said, hoping for luck, In all these years, I've never seen demons from outer space send out so many battle fortresses at once. Look at the one in front. It's so huge, I'm afraid it's B-grade battle fortress. While everyone was panicking, the hatch of a C-grade battle fortress opened, and a dozen C-grade steel generals flew out. Their bodies suddenly enlarged, and they charged towards the town like monsters. Hundreds of thousands of people fled in all directions. Screams and screams rang out. The howls became louder and louder. In less than 10 minutes, the people in the town were either dead or injured. As long as the warriors were above the human martial arts realm, they were all captured alive. Finally, the 18 cannons of the C-grade battle fortress were all aimed at the town. The blue ball of light gradually condensed. Boom! With a loud bang, the neatly arranged cannons blasted the town into ruins. Those who were injured before turned into ashes under the attack of this round of cannons. B-grade battle fortress. In the cockpit, a fair-skinned human with lush green hair and wearing a captain's uniform looked down at the scene of the town being destroyed with a satisfied expression. Captain Durando, Planet Shenwu is just an insignificant planet in our blueprint. We just need to send a few C-grade battle fortresses to capture some experimental subjects. Why do we need to bring such a large fleet here? Isn't this too energy-consuming? A burly black man wearing a B-grade steel armor looked at the green-haired tortoise in confusion. As he spoke, several team members hurriedly signaled him with their eyes, but the black man remained unmoved. He still had a puzzled look on his face. Durando looked at the other party with a faint smile and said indifferently, "Haven't you heard that I was captured here a few years ago?" Captured? The black man was startled, his eyes suddenly flashing. Chapter 2902. More than 60% of the funding for the war against the demons in the Quinton Great Realm came from the Ghost Dragon Company. Because of this war, the Ghost Dragon Company, which was originally a first-class financial group, became extremely rich. Many years ago, it had become one of the top 3 financial groups in the Quinton Great Realm. The chairman of the Ghost Dragon Company had a status even higher than the chief executive of the Atlantis Empire and was often a guest of the elders of the Quinton Great Realm. Now do you know why I'm here? Durando smiled and reached out to tap on the screen. Suddenly, a figure synthesized by the brain appeared on the screen. This guy threatened to kill me. How can I forget such humiliation? Durando said with a smile. The B-class steel generals present nodded silently. The black man also understood that this team was probably privately sponsored by Durando's father. They were here specifically to avenge Durando. No wonder they had mobilized so many people to come to this desolate planet. Captain, where is that guy? I will personally capture him for you and let you vent your anger. The black man gritted his teeth as if he was the one who had been captured. Cloud Rising City. I was imprisoned there for 3 years. I will remember that place for the rest of my life. Durando looked in the direction of Cloud Rising City and said faintly, When such a large fleet set off for Cloud Rising City, The major sects on planet Shinwu naturally received news and rushed over. However, when they clearly saw how powerful this fleet was, and that it even had a B-class battle fortress, these sects did not dare to act rashly. Move! Durando did not stay idle along the way. As long as he encountered a small town, a huge city, or a sect, he ordered them to be uprooted. Martialists above the human martial realm were captured alive, and martialists below the human martial realm were directly turned to ashes by the artillery fire. It was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Not a single sect or power was a match for this fleet. It was almost as if it was on purpose. Many sects chose to flee toward Cloudrise City, and by the time they realized that it was an intentional act, it was already too late. Cloud Rising City. Hundreds of battleships came from all directions and sealed off the entire Cloud Rising City. When the citizens of Cloud Rising City saw this, they were instantly thrown into chaos. Fear, confusion, anger, and all sorts of other emotions grew in them. In the end, they could only place their hopes on the Cloud Rising sect. They all rushed towards the 400 battleships. They were rushing towards the tall building. Yun Xiaoxiao and the leaders of the various sects stood in the air, their gazes solemn. But at the same time, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Lu Wenhao was among them, standing not far from Yun Xiaoxiao. His tyrant martial sect happened to be on the route of Durando's fleet. This time, they suffered heavy losses. The only fortunate thing was that the high-level personnel escaped at this moment, but looking at the current situation, even if they escaped, they might still die just a little late. Why would the Heavenly Demon send such a powerful fleet to planet Shinwu? Could it be that some treasure has appeared on planet Shinwu? The person who spoke was an old man who looked to be in his 80s or 90s. His hair and beard were all white, and he emitted the aura of a sky martial artist. However, he was much weaker than Lu Wenhao, but stronger than Yun Xiaoxiao. He was a mid-stage sky martial artist and also the Flying Fish Sect's sect leader. The sect leader. I'm afraid that after today, planet Shinwu will become a colony of the Heavenly Demon. All martial artists above the human martial realm will become test subjects, and those below the human martial realm will become their slaves. A middle-aged woman said with a livid expression. Her eyes were fixed on the B-grade battle fortress in the distance. There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Wenhao's face was pale. For so many years, the Heavenly Demon has only sent C-grade battle fortresses to planet Shinwu, not only because our resources are not worth mentioning, but also because the Heavenly Demon is very calculative. When the benefits are not proportional to the costs, they don't want to make a loss. This time, there must be a special reason for such a powerful fleet to come to planet Shinwu. There must be a special reason for such a powerful fleet to come to planet Shinwu. So what if we know? Since we're already here, let's see if we can take out a few C-grade battle fortresses and earn some money. A bearded man snorted coldly. He was holding a long saber in his hand. Suddenly, a projection was projected from the B-grade battle fort. It was a white man with green hair and a captain's uniform. This projection was more than 1,000 feet tall, so everyone in Cloud Rising City could see it clearly. Is that him? A trace of shock flashed through Yun Xiaoxiao's eyes. She naturally recognized Durando. Not only that, but many Cloud Rising sect martial artists were also shocked. They recognized this captive who had been imprisoned in the Cloud Rising sect for more than 3 years. Why is it him? He was only the captain of a C-grade battle fort. How did he become the captain of a B-grade battle fort? Maybe he has a high position among the extraterrestrial demons. He must have a powerful background. I'm afraid he's here for revenge. The Cloud Rising sect martialists who knew Durando's background finally understood why such a powerful fleet would come to Shinwu planet. Hihi, leader of the Rising Cloud clan, you still remember me, right? Durando glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao. As soon as these words were spoken, all the sect leaders present turned to look at Yun Xiaoxiao in unison with a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Back then, When I was captured by you, one of you threatened to take my life, disregarding the war treaty between us. Do you still remember this? Durando smiled. What do you want? Yun Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice. She could not help but glance at Ingjin Xuan and Perfected Jiao, who were not far away. Her heart was pounding. Although the two of them were divine martial realm elites, there are definitely more than a dozen B-grade steel generals in this B-grade battle fort. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Unless Shenwu Planet had more than a dozen divine martial realm elites, they would only have a fighting chance. Hand this person over. I promise I won't turn Shenwu Planet into a wasteland. Otherwise, I will make sure that from today onwards, there will be no living beings on Shenwu Planet. Durando said indifferently. At the same time, a 3D image of Ning Qi appeared in front of everyone. Lu Wenhao's expression changed when he saw it. Who is this? The flying fish sect leader and the others were confused. At that moment, the bearded brawny man could not help but ask Durando, You want to slaughter a planet? This is also a violation of the war treaty.